Chapter 433. It wasn't an easy task for Fays to communicate with humans normally. Many Fays would need to reach suzerain in order to communicate with humans normally. When the wind speech sparrow was at the normal level, it was able to use the wind to simulate sounds to communicate with humans. It was a very rare thing. Moreover, after the wind speech sparrow advanced to the bronze rank, it would evolve into a wind chain sparrow. The wind chain sparrow could control the wind element to form chains to bind and pull the target. It was considered a support-type Fae, with stronger control abilities. The wind chains of a high-grade wind chain sparrow could even help the contractor grab Faes or spiritual ingredients from the bottom of the sea. To spirit chi professionals who made a living by the sea, it was a rare Fae. If these 5 wind speech sparrows stayed with him, even if he could enhance them to bronze/epic, he would not be able to help them grow better. Thus, he found 5 good masters for them and gave them 5 suitable willpower runes for free. It could be considered as finding the best future for these 5 wind speech sparrows. He circulated the spiritual power in his body and injected a large amount of spirit chi into the 5 wind speech sparrows. The levels of these 5 wind speech sparrows continued to rise, all the way to the elite/epic grade. Lin Yuan found that it was obviously a little crowded to hold the 5 little fellows in his palm. The feathers on the 5 little fellows' bodies were not gorgeous. They were all light green in color, but there was a black top line on their backs. When the 5 wind speech sparrows broke through from elite to bronze, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. These 5 wind speech sparrows quickly underwent a transformation. Lin Yuan saw that 4 of the 5 little fellows on his palm were still light green, but their feathers had become as hard as bone plates. Its beak and claws also became sharper. On the back of the bird, there was a row of upturned feathers. These upturned feathers were like blades that could greatly increase the speed of the wind chain sparrow. However, when one of the wind speech sparrows was promoted to the bronze level, its body suddenly turned white. Other than that, it was not much different from the other 4 wind chain sparrows. Lin Yuan knew that this wind speech sparrow had mutated when it had evolved. Lin Yuan first raised the grade and quality of these 5 little fellows to bronze X/epic. He then used Morbius True Data to check the attributes of the white wind chain sparrow. Fae name, wind net sparrow spirit species. Common bird/sparrow, Fae grade, bronze, 10/10. Fae type, wind Fae quality. Epic. After checking its attributes, he found out that this wind chain sparrow had mutated into a wind net sparrow. In Lin Yuan's opinion, he did not know if this mutation should be considered good or bad. However, if one were to weigh the pros and cons, it should be that the pros outweigh the cons. Usually, the wind chain sparrow could use different numbers of wind chains based on its level to control and attack. However, the wind net sparrow could throw out wind nets formed by wind chains. Although the area of effect of the wind net was larger, its strength was far inferior to the wind chain. However, the wind net sparrow was undoubtedly more practical than the wind chain sparrow when harvesting Faes in the ocean. Lin Yuan chose the most suitable exclusive skill for these 4 wind chain sparrows and 1 wind net sparrow. Then Lin Yuan dragged his hand, and the 5 little fellows flapped their wings and flew into the sky. Lin Yuan realized that these 5 little fellows were flying in the same way. Their wings were flapping so fast that Lin Yuan could only see a mass of shadows. What happened next left Lin Yuan dumbfounded. These 5 little fellows were using the wind element to simulate human voices and quarreling in the sky. Lin Yuan felt a little dizzy. Where did these 5 little fellows learn so many vulgarities? Could it be inherited from their mothers? Lin Yuan hurriedly stored these 5 little fellows in the diamond Fae storage box. Lin Yuan originally wanted to find the same buyer for these 5 little fellows so that they would not be separated. However, It now seemed that Lin Yuan felt that he had really thought too much. These 5 little fellows were not brotherly at all. He did not know how much hatred they had accumulated from snatching food in the nest. If Lin Yuan had not stopped them just now, these 5 little fellows would have already started fighting. When Lin Yuan left the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he found that the sun had risen in the Indigo Azure City's sky. He could clearly feel the humidity in this Indigo Azure City's guest house after coming out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. However, the air had the unique salty smell of the ocean of a coastal city. Lin Yuan was about to find Lu Jie when he found that Lu Jie was already neatly dressed and standing at his door like a guard. Upon seeing Lin Yuan come out, Lu Jie handed over a cup of milkshake in his hand and said, "This milkshake is made with the Gold Mountain Prancing Antelope's antelope milk. This milkshake is made with the milk of the Gold Fay Mountain Prancing Antelope. It has also added snow rice, which is nutritious and filling. It's much better than the seafood porridge in this guest house. I just saw that the oyster meat in the seafood porridge was at least taken out last night. It's no longer fresh." As Lu Jie spoke, Lin Yuan noticed the squint-eyed lady boss and the squint-eyed boss look at each other. Then, when the squint-eyed lady boss poured porridge for a guest, she deliberately poured a few more pieces of oyster meat. This made Lin Yuan feel a little strange. He hurriedly left the guest house with Lu Jie. Lin Yuan and Lu Jie took the Flying Fae to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's old mansion. At that moment, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie were both wearing strange masks made of completely jade-textured wood threads. The completely jade-textured wood threads processed from the wood-weaving house centipede's body had become a little different from the characteristics of completely jade-textured wood. Completely jade-textured wood threads would emit a faint jade-textured luster even without the contamination of spirit chi. However, the completely jade-textured threads produced from the wood-weaving house centipede's body would not have any obvious changes in an environment with a low concentration of spirit chi. When encountering a high concentration of spirit chi, the completely jade-textured threads produced from the wood-weaving house centipede's body had a stronger jade-textured luster than the completely jade-textured wood itself. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly heard the mother of Bloodbath's strange and pleasant voice ring in his ears. "If there are any spiritual ingredients containing blood energy in the Indigo Azure Sea market, help me buy more. I'm going to break through to Myth 3 as soon as possible." Lin Yuan replied without the slightest hesitation, "Okay, if there are any spiritual ingredients you like in the Indigo Azure Sea market, just tell me." Lin Yuan naturally would not refuse the mother of Bloodbath's request. Lin Yuan remembered that it had not been long since the mother of Bloodbath had broken through to Myth 2. In such a short time, the mother of Bloodbath was actually preparing to break through to Myth 3. Wasn't this a little too fast? The mother of Bloodbath lurked in Lin Yuan's hair and made a decision. As Lin Yuan began to establish his own faction, the mother of Bloodbath found that its strength was still a little too weak. There was an obvious dividing line between Myth 2 and Myth 3. If it faced an enemy at Myth 3, it would only be killed. However, as Lin Yuan continued to develop his faction, there would be a day when the enemy he faced might be a pinnacle emperor-class existence. At that time, if it was still at this level, it would not be able to help Lin Yuan. It might not even be able to perform its duties as a path protector. The mother of Bloodbath had always had a secret, and that was that it could increase its strength by devouring blood energy infinitely. It was also because of this reason that the mother of Bloodbath did not stay at Diamond/Fantasy V for long. It entered Suzerain and immediately began to break through to Myth I. Such advancement had almost caused it to be turned into ashes under the world cleansing. This painful lesson had caused the mother of bloodbath's grade, which was originally higher than endless summer, to fall behind. However, now that endless summer was already at myth 3, it might have a chance to see if it could pass through the world cleansing with endless summer's help and reach myth 3. If it successfully reached myth 3, it could reach the pinnacle of a myth breed fae by quickly devouring blood energy. That was the level of a pinnacle Emperor-class expert. At that time, it would be qualified to nurture the blood law into a small world of blood. With the body of a myth breed, it would dip its fingers into creation, become an existence of a creation breed. Second chapter, seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 434, early morning, indigo azure sea market. Lin Yuan was wearing a set of moon-white spirit chi clothes. This set of moon-white spirit chi clothes looked very simple, and only a few subtle designs showed that this moon-white spirit chi clothes were different. Upon closer inspection, one would find many moon-white rice beads strung on this set of clothes. These rice beads were mixed together to form 5 kinds of fortune patterns. When Lin Yuan had given Hu Quan the completely jade-textured spiritual materials, there was a long strip of white sandalwood among the first batch of completely jade-textured wood. This completely jade-textured white sandalwood was simply too small, and Hu Quan could only make a pair of chopsticks. Therefore, this completely jade-textured white sandalwood was left behind. Some time ago, when you had seen the Dragon Phoenix landscape carp evolve into the Mountain River Eternal Life carp, and had perhaps found some inspiration, she took the remaining completely jade-textured white sandalwood and the warm brocade silk and chose 5 of the 6 kinds of fortune patterns on the Dragon Phoenix landscape carp's body. She made this moon-white spirit chi clothes. This spirit chi clothes looked unusually low-key on Lin Yuan, but at the same time, it also made Lin Yuan's original youthful spirit become graceful. Lin Yuan looked at the densely packed stalls in front of him and could not help but sigh. There were simply too many stalls in the indigo azure sea market. These stalls were like a maze that was mixed together. It was unknown how long it would take to walk out of this sea market. Lin Yuan had always thought that the indigo azure sea market would be dirty and noisy like most spiritual ingredient and fey trading markets. But now, this indigo azure sea market was very clean and did not even have any strange smell. Although Lin Yuan did not smell anything strange, Genius, who was in Lin Yuan's arms, wrinkled its little nose and said in a childish voice, "Lin Yuan, the fishy smell here is so strong." Lin Yuan's place has such a strong fishy smell. Genius is almost out of breath. Lin Yuan quickly took out a mint leaf from the diamond fey storage box, used his fingers to squeeze out the juice from the mint leaf, and put it on Genius' nose. When Listen heard Genius' words and saw Lin Yuan's nose twitching as though he was distinguishing the fishy smell, he explained, "The Indigo Azure Sea Market is the biggest event held by the Indigo Azure City officials once a decade. Therefore, before the Indigo Azure Guards will set up the scene in advance and let the Sea Serpent Aura Coral release the Sea Serpent Aura. This causes the Spirit Chi professionals who trade in the Indigo Azure Sea Market to be affected by the Sea Serpent Aura and not be able to smell the peculiar smell. However, most of the Fae's sense of smell is more developed than Spirit Chi professionals, and they are more immune to the Sea Serpent Gas Coral's Sea Serpent Gas. Therefore, the Faes can smell the market." When Lin Yuan heard Listen's explanation, he felt that Indigo Azure City's officials were really talented. However, what was the difference between this and breathing through the mouth instead of the nose because you were afraid of smelling shit? Lin Yuan looked at Genius' sickly appearance and could only put it back into the spirit-locked spatial zone. Lin Yuan couldn't understand. Genius was clearly a feline fae, but it didn't like to eat fish. Every time it smelled fish, it would hide far away. On the contrary, he liked to eat the pork of the blackback mountain boar, just like him. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly heard a few violent hisses, which were not far from his ears. Lin Yuan looked in the direction of the hissing and saw 3 blood-red snake species, phase-locked in an iron cage made of metal spiritual materials. These 3 blood-red snake species phase were violently hitting the iron cage with their bodies. However, the bodies of these 3 snake phase collided with the iron cage. Although the sound was not small, the iron cage was not damaged at all. The vendor selling these 3 blood-red snake species phase hurriedly picked up the stone bowl at the side. He sprinkled the yellow powder in the stone bowl on these 3 blood-red snake species phase. When these 3 blood-red snake species phase felt the yellow powder, they immediately became exhausted, and their hissing weakened a lot. When Lu Jie saw this scene, he sighed and said they actually used realgar to sprinkle these 3 red water blood snakes. He actually used realgar to scatter the 3 red water blood snakes. Phase like the red water blood snakes that rely on blood energy to survive are most afraid of realgar. Just by sprinkling a large amount of realgar powder on it, the red water blood snake's origin will be slightly damaged in a short while. If he splashes it 3 times like this, I'm afraid that these 3 young red water blood snakes will die. Lin Yuan frowned. The realgar would enter the red water blood snake's blood through its scales. The red water blood snake was a kind of fae that relied on blood to survive. When realgar fused into the blood, it might only have a suppressive effect on other snake species phase. However, it was fatal to the red water blood snakes. It was obvious that this vendor was not a creation master and did not know much about phase like the red water blood snakes. This vendor should have just happened to catch these 3 red water blood snakes in the wilderness and happened to be in the Indigo Azure Sea Market. Thus, he sold the red water blood snakes at the Indigo Azure Sea Market. Although the red water blood snakes were very rare, very few spirit chi professionals would be willing to contract them. After the red water blood snakes were nurtured to become stronger, the surface of their scales would carry a layer of extremely toxic blood clotting toxin. This blood clotting toxin might not be harmful to the contractor, but it would affect the other phase that the contractor contracted. This made it so that spirit chi professionals who had contracted the red water blood snakes could not contract other phase. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath's strange and pleasant voice rang in his ears. Lin Yuan, these 3 red water blood snakes actually have a faint trace of hornless dragon bloodline. Quickly help me buy these 3 little fellows. The mother of Bloodbath's voice carried a hint of urgency. Lin Yuan did not understand what the mother of Bloodbath meant. If these 3 red water blood snakes had the bloodline of a hornless dragon, then buying them would be a great bargain. If not for the fact that the mother of Bloodbath had comprehended the blood law rune, even if there were other myth breed fays with a higher grade than the mother of Bloodbath, the mother of Bloodbath would not be able to defeat them. Even the mother of Bloodbath could not easily sense the hornless dragon bloodline hidden in these 3 little fellows. However, if the mother of Bloodbath wanted to break through to myth 3, it would undoubtedly need a large amount of blood energy. The blood energy in these 3 red water blood snakes was too little and was undoubtedly useless to the mother of Bloodbath. Could it be that the mother of Bloodbath wanted to buy these 3 red water blood snakes and eat them like spicy strips? The mother of Bloodbath seemed to have sensed Lin Yuan's strange expression, and that strange and pleasant voice explained with a trace of helplessness. I don't want the blood energy in these 3 little fellows. I want to nurture them well. After hearing the mother of Bloodbath's words, a strange thought suddenly flashed in Lin Yuan's mind. Is the mother of Bloodbath going to carry out a naughty husband nurturing plan? Is the mother of Bloodbath going to carry out a naughty husband nurturing plan? First update, seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 435. It would take a lot of time to nurture these 3 red water blood snakes. Moreover, it was not certain whether they were male or female. What if hubby nurtured sisters? Oh my God, that would be a huge loss. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard the mother of bloodbaths speak again. This way, the exclusive skill I comprehended as a myth breed can finally be put to use in the future. This was the second time Lin Yuan had heard the mother of bloodbath mention its exclusive skill. The last time Lin Yuan had heard it mention its exclusive skill was on the long-backed swan's back. At that time, the mother of bloodbath had said that its exclusive skill was good at concealment. Lin Yuan had never used Morbius True Data to check the mother of bloodbath's exclusive skill. This time, Lin Yuan could not resist his curiosity and used Morbius True Data to check the mother of bloodbath's exclusive skill. Fey name, mother of bloodbath, Fey species, bird-catching arachnid / calicary, Fey grade, suzerain, 7/10, Fey type, blood Fey quality, myth 2 blood law, abilities frowny face execution stinger, inject blood energy into the target's body through 8 sharp calicary to control the target's blood. All-seeing eye, the spider eyes look directly at the blood core in the target's body and predict the target's next actions based on the blood flow. 8 directional blood, shock and solidify the target's blood, and use the changes in the blood form to destroy the target's body. At the same time, control the blood to flow out of the target's body through the target's 8 orifices. Spider form attachment. Condense one's own blood energy into a blood core and activate the blood core to withstand external attacks. Blood grasp. When controlling the target's blood, one can temporarily control the target's body to carry out actions through the blood flow in the target's body. Blood embrace. Accept the surrounding blood energy and devour it into one's body. Temporarily increase one's strength through the blood energy, and then use the blood energy to slowly heal injuries. Exclusive skill, frowny face desire spider body. Increase one's affinity with blood energy so that the body will not reject the excessive blood energy. Instead, it will transform the excessive blood energy into a new stomach sac to store the blood energy. After devouring the blood energy and purifying it in the body, the blood energy can be directly absorbed by the body. Stealth spider shadow. Stop the flow of one's blood and chi, conceal all one's aura, and transform into a state of nothingness. External blood bone. Fuse one's shed spider teeth into another young Fey's body, allowing the other young Fey to become one's external blood bone. The external blood bone's strength cannot be higher than one's own strength. After seeing the mother of bloodbath's attributes, Lin Yuan did not know what to say for a moment. He knew that when Feys became myth breeds, their willpower runes would transform into law runes, and the power of law would be added to their abilities. From there, it would allow the Fey's previously comprehended abilities to fuse with its own comprehended laws and produce a qualitative change. After looking at the mother of bloodbath's true data, he knew that the mother of bloodbath had given him the red crystal spider. In fact, it was the blood core condensed by the mother of bloodbath's arachnid attachment. Based on this true data, Lin Yuan understood why the mother of bloodbath was qualified to say that it was going to reach myth 3 when it had only reached myth 2. The mother of bloodbath's diamond skill, blood embrace, was an enhancement and recovery skill. However, after blood embrace was combined with the exclusive skill, desire spider body, it allowed the mother of bloodbath to have the ability to constantly devour blood energy, and then let this blood energy become a condition for its own strength without any hindrance. This was Lin Yuan's first time seeing a myth breed phase true data. After truly seeing a myth breed phase true data, just by looking at its abilities and exclusive skills, Lin Yuan knew how strong a myth breed Fey was. Those 3 red water blood snakes should be the Feys that the mother of bloodbath wanted to use to cultivate into external blood bones. The mother of bloodbath's exclusive skill, external blood bone, needed the mother of bloodbath's shed spider teeth. Spider fays would shed their spider teeth about every 100 years. Since the mother of Bloodbath needed 3 redwater blood snakes, it meant that it was at least 300 years old now. For a wild fae, becoming a suzerain/myth-2 fae in 300 years was extremely rare. This showed how talented the mother of Bloodbath was. Lin Yuan walked up to the vendor and said, "Boss, these 3 snake fays hissed very loudly just now." "Boss, these 3 snake fays hissed very loudly just now, and they look quite energetic. May I know how many radiance dollars you are willing to sell them?" The vendor's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Yuan's words. He hadn't even opened his shop yet. The vendor hurriedly pointed to the big water trough next to the iron cage containing the redwater blood snakes and said, "I mainly sell deep-sea butterfly shells. I mainly sell deep-sea butterfly shells. Look at how big these deep-sea butterfly shells are. The beads inside must be of good quality." After digging out the pearl, these 2 pieces of butterfly shells can be polished and hung on water-type fays to increase their advancement speed. Lin Yuan had long noticed this big water trough. However, he had no interest in the deep-sea butterfly shells and the pearls produced by them. The quality of the deep-sea butterfly shells in this water trough was not as good as what he fed the spirit-drawing ichthyosaur, Blackie. If the deep-sea butterfly shells could increase the advancement speed of water-type fays, it was indeed possible. This was because the butterfly shells had a weak ability to gather water elements. It was just that the speed of gathering water elements was too slow, but it was better than nothing. Lin Yuan shook his head and still pointed to the 3 red water blood snakes. "Boss, I want these 3 small snakes." The vendor's face fell as soon as he heard that. These 3 snake fays are all bronze and not worth much money. I don't want to buy them alone. If you want them, buy the 5 deep-sea butterfly shells in my water trough, and I'll give you these 3 snake fays. When Lin Yuan had seen this vendor sprinkle Realgar powder on the 3 redwater blood snakes, he had felt that this vendor should not know the redwater blood snakes. This vendor was originally doing business. No matter how cruel he was, he would not be willing to damage the fays he was selling. Now, it seemed that this vendor really did not know the redwater blood snakes. Due to the blood-clotting toxin on the surface of the redwater blood snakes, very few people needed them. However, the price on StarWeb was about 70 radiance dollars. Lin Yuan originally planned to buy these 3 redwater blood snakes for 200 radiance dollars. However, this vendor actually said that as long as he bought the 5 deep-sea butterfly shells in the water trough, he would give these 3 red water blood snakes to him. In that case, this vendor would lose his pants. Lin Yuan looked at the deep-sea butterfly shells in the water trough and felt that he needed to use true data to cheat. Second update. Seeking recommendation votes. Monthly votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 436. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard the vendor knock on the water tank and say, "Take a look at the price of these deep-sea butterfly shells first. Let's take a look at the price of this deep-sea butterfly clam first, and then you can decide whether to open it or not. You have to pay for everything here." Lin Yuan saw that there was a black label on the large water tank in front of him that said, "Don't worry." It said, 10 radiance dollars for 1 deep-sea butterfly shell. No bargaining. Bargainer's rice pot will explode. Lin Yuan blinked when he saw the price. This vendor was too ruthless. How could a person stand an exploding rice pot? It was fine if the steamed rice exploded, but if it was cooked porridge, it was equivalent to receiving a scalding and plastic surgery service. The deep-sea butterfly shells sold by this vendor were just the most ordinary of the deep-sea butterfly shells, and the selling price on StarWeb was 5 radiance dollars at most. In this indigo azure sea market, this kind of thing would actually be twice the price on StarWeb. This vendor's asking price was really not ambiguous. Buying deep-sea butterfly shells was a gamble. If the quality of the shell beads was good, Not only could he get back the cost, but he could also make a profit. He could even make a profit. However, Lin Yuan had just used Morbius True Data Check to check the 30-odd deep-sea butterfly shells in this large water tank. After checking, Lin Yuan found that these 30 deep-sea butterfly shells were all substandard shells without shell beads. Moreover, these 30 deep-sea butterfly shells had been seriously corroded in the deep sea. The seriously corroded deep-sea butterfly shells could no longer be polished into butterfly shell flowers for fays to eat and slowly stimulate the dragon species bloodline in the fae. Such shells could at most be ground into shell powder and sprinkled in a water body to improve the water body's environment. The substandard shells in the water tank should be the worst batch of butterfly shells left after layers of screening. However, these substandard shells had been faked by the vendor. This vendor's counterfeiting methods were extremely high. If Lin Yuan had not used true data to check these deep-sea butterfly shells, Lin Yuan had really made a mistake. Lin Yuan did not expect that someone would actually take out such substandard shells of such quality to sell openly. The price of such substandard shells on StarWeb was less than $1 radiance. The radiance dollars this vendor spent to fake them were higher than the price of the deep-sea butterfly shells of this quality. Such a business was simply evil. Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't buy such a deep-sea butterfly shell. Buying such a substandard shell was no different from spending 50 radiance dollars to buy a pile of junk. The vendor looked at the masked youth in front of him, who kept looking at the deep-sea butterfly shells in the water tank. He looked very serious, as though he was thinking about which one to buy. He couldn't help but hum a song in his heart. Counterfeiting is a natural thing to do. The technique is at the peak of perfection. Success was effortless. I relied on swindling and deceiving, study painstakingly, for the sake of skill transmission. It seems like he has forgotten his principles for the sake of profit, but he has never stopped striving to improve himself. Even if lightning strikes us, we must do our best. Just as the peddler was getting excited, the masked young man pointed at the small cages beside the large tank that contained the deep-sea butterfly shells. "Boss, I see that in addition to the deep-sea butterfly shells, you also sell some marine creatures. I think that gold-green oxygen sea anemone is not bad. Why don't I buy this gold-green oxygen sea anemone, and you give me those 3 snake fays? How about it?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the vendor hurriedly sized him up. It was as if he was trying to see if the masked young man in front of him had noticed something from these deep-sea butterfly shells. The peddler noticed that the eyes behind the strange mask were staring at him, and there was a faint smile on the corners of the mouth. This smile made the peddler, who was originally in high spirits, feel a little nervous. The Indigo Azure Sea Market was organized by Indigo Azure City, and the Indigo Azure Guard was fully responsible for managing it. It could be said that it was extremely strict, although his act of forgery was not that bad. However, if others found out, he would be expelled from the Indigo Azure Guard. However, if the vendor next to him knew about it and helped him promote it, what would he gain from the Indigo Azure Sea Market? Wasn't he trying so hard to study the art of counterfeiting so that he could lie at home every day for the next 10 years before the next Indigo Azure Sea Market? Chinwala will never work for others. The peddler quickly changed the topic. I originally planned to trade for that green oxygen sea anemone. You're my first customer today, and we hit it off. I'll sell it to you for 4,000 radiance dollars. Lin Yuan was a little speechless. Why do you make it sound like we're good brothers and I'm taking advantage of you? At that moment, Listen, who was standing next to Lin Yuan, said to the vendor, "Boss, the Indigo Azure Sea Market will only be open for 3 days. It won't be easy to sell so many wild fays that you caught. Look, the tentacles of this gold-green oxygen sea anemone are already curled up. If we don't sell it quickly, It won't fetch a high price. The vendor at the stall glanced at the gold green oxygen sea anemone and its slightly curled tentacles. He quickly grabbed a bucket of seawater mixed with energy or powder and poured it on the green oxygen sea anemone. However, when the seawater mixed with energy or powder was poured on the green oxygen sea anemone's body, it could only maintain the current state of the green oxygen sea anemone. It could not improve its condition. If marine fays were to be sold on land, their condition would be greatly reduced after leaving the sea for a period of time. After a long time, it would even affect the phase roots. The vendor looked at the green oxygen sea anemone's current state and cursed angrily. It's really this money-losing thing. Give me some reaction after drinking this mouthful of water. Why are you still half dead? Lin Yuan watched as the vendor hurriedly dealt with these fays. He could not help but wonder why there would be people who were so black-hearted and stupid when doing business. Although aquatic fays' condition would decline once they left the water, they were much stronger than aquatic fays. Next to these aquatic fays, there was a fae that could release spirit chi. He wanted the fae that could release spirit chi to release spirit chi for the aquatic fays to absorb. Then, even if these aquatic fays left the water for 3 days, they would be able to fully support it. Even fays like the deep-sea butterfly shells, which were very sensitive to spirit chi. Even if they left the sea and were raised in a tank, they could still grow quickly under the effect of spirit chi. The stalls at the side all had fays that could release spirit chi. Among the fays that could release spirit chi at the other stalls, the most common was the spirit siphon goldfish. However, this vendor had not prepared anything. Even if he had learned from the other stalls, he would not have been as flustered as he was now. Boss, did you notice that the other stalls' fays are more flexible? The other stalls' fays, like the green oxygen, sea anemone don't need to use seawater mixed with energy or powder at all. The first one was even worse. End of this chapter. Chapter 4:37. When the vendor heard Lin Yuan's words, his suppressed anger was suddenly ignited. With a vigorous step, he kicked the iron cage containing the 3 red water blood snakes and cursed. These 3 trash snakes ate all 3 of my spirit siphon goldfish. It's really a big loss. At that moment, the vendor looked at the blackboard on the sink that said, 10 radiance dollars for 1 deep-water butterfly shell. No bargaining. Bargainer's rice pot will explode. He felt that it should be changed to 12 radiance dollars for 1 deep-water butterfly shell. No bargaining. Bargainer's front teeth will explode. As long as the vendor entered the Indigo Azure Sea Market, he was not allowed to go out. Going out was equivalent to giving up the right to set up a stall in the Indigo Azure Sea Market. He had spent 150 radiance dollars to buy a stall card for 3 days. If he went out midway, he would lose all of the 150 radiance dollars. Moreover, after the Indigo Azure Sea Market started, no supplies were allowed to be transported in through Ostrich Logistics. There was no way he could buy a spirit siphon goldfish. When Lin Yuan saw the vendor's reaction, he chuckled. He summoned a Bronze I/Elite 5 Fortune Ranchu from the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. After the Bronze I/Elite Spirit Siphon Goldfish was summoned, rich spirit chi immediately spread out. The masks made of completely jade-textured silk threads and the completely jade-textured white sandalwood rice beads embroidered on Lin Yuan's moon-white spirit chi clothes lit up with a hazy jade-textured luster. However, the concentration of spirit chi released by this bronze spirit siphon goldfish was not too strong. Therefore, the luster emitted by Lin Yuan's and Lu Jie's masks made of completely jade-textured with silk threads was not very obvious under this clear sun. However, the luster of the completely jade-textured white sandalwood rice beads on Lin Yuan's body made the 5 kinds of blessings patterns particularly obvious, making Lin Yuan look exceptionally outstanding. The vendor looked curiously at the shining rice beads on Lin Yuan's body and asked, "Brother, aren't you heavy with the fluorite strung on your body? Brother, aren't you heavy with the fluorite strung on your body?" Then, the vendor's gaze never left the palm-sized 5 fortune ranchu on Lin Yuan's palm. His eyes were full of unconcealable desire. Upon hearing the peddler's words, Listen blinked in astonishment. This vendor was really knowledgeable. He actually mistook the completely jade-textured white sandalwood for fluorite. Fluorite, which emitted a luster under the sun, was generally used to make stone sculptures. Even the most vulgar person would not embroider fluorite on their body as a decoration. Lin Yuan ignored the peddler's words and asked, "Boss, are you interested in this bronze I/Elite 5 fortune ranchu?" This 5 fortune ranchu reached the excellent grade at bronze 1. There's a high chance that it will break through to the flawless grade or even epic grade at bronze 10. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the hawker gulped down his saliva and asked, "You want to exchange this spirit siphon goldfish for my green oxygen sea anemone? I'm willing to give you all the deep-sea butterfly shells in this tank." The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Why does this vendor always want to scam me? There are a total of more than 600 deep-sea butterfly shells in your tank. I'll give you the star web price of 5 radiance dollars each. Give me another 3,000 radiance dollars, and I'll give you this bronze I/Elite spirit siphon goldfish. When the 5 fortune ranchu was at Elite I/Elite, it could be sold for about 60 radiance dollars. Fays like the spirit siphon goldfish, which were extremely difficult to advance, could reach bronze I/Elite. If it was a trade, the price should be about 2,500 radiance dollars. Since the 5 fortune ranchu belonged to the auspicious category, its price was a little more than double that of ordinary spirit siphon goldfish. It was about 5,500 radiance dollars. Lin Yuan wanted to exchange for the gold green oxygen sea anemone in the hawker's hands because it could constantly filter out oxygen in the seawater. It was like a natural oxygen cylinder that could continuously supply oxygen. Green oxygen sea anemones were very common in coastal cities like the Indigo Azure Sea. The green oxygen sea anemone that was in a bad state just now was worth about 3,000 radiance dollars. Lin Yuan had asked the hawker to give him another 3,000 radiance dollars because he clearly intended to earn 500 radiance dollars from this hawker who always wanted to scam him. The hawker was obviously a little hesitant when he heard Lin Yuan's offer. If he used the gold green oxygen sea anemone and 3,000 radiance dollars to exchange for the 5 fortune ranchu, if he sold everything in this Indigo Azure Sea market, he would make a huge profit. Then he would not be able to lie down for the next 10 years and would have to work for others. At that moment, Lin Yuan said to the hawker, "The 5 fortune ranchu is considered a fine product among spirit siphon goldfish and has a very large market. Even if you want to sell this 5 fortune ranchu after the sea market, it will be very convenient for you to do so. Moreover, as long as the bronze I/Elite spirit siphon goldfish is successfully promoted to flawless, its price can increase by more than 10 times in the blink of an eye." The hawker only felt that the youth in front of him, who was constantly tempting him to buy the 5 fortune ranchu, was like a devil. Lin Yuan was using a big cheese to lure him to the edge of the cliff and then stepping on empty air. The hawker did not know why, but he suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. But soon, this sense of crisis was covered up by longing. This big cheese is too fragrant. The hawker gritted his teeth and slapped his thigh fiercely. "Brother, I'll buy it." Lin Yuan immediately exchanged the goods with this hawker. At that moment, the 3 red water blood snakes with the hornless dragon bloodline and the gold green oxygen sea anemone that the mother of bloodbath needed were all in Lin Yuan's possession. At that moment, a very gentle voice echoed, not far away. "Brother, I don't know if you are willing to part with these 3 red water blood snakes. I'm willing to buy them for 100 radiance dollars each." This gentle voice made the eyes of the hawker, who was originally in love with the 5 fortune ranchu, widen. At that moment, the hawker felt that this person couldn't be thinking of putting on an act with this youth wearing a strange mask, right? But immediately after, the hawker exclaimed, F***CK. I seem to have just given away these 3 trash snake fays for free. Why are they selling for 100 radiance dollars each? Lin Yuan turned around and saw a thin and weak youth sitting in a wheelchair, giving off an elegant scholarly aura. However, this thin youth with the scholarly air used a blanket to cover his legs. It seemed that there was something wrong with his legs. Looking at the youth's thin appearance, Lin Yuan felt that this thin youth should not have injured his legs, but had been disabled for many years. Lin Yuan said, "I'm very interested in these 3 red water blood snakes, so I really can't part with them." Second update. Seeking recommendation votes. Monthly votes. Love you guys. Button was hospitalized. When he suddenly knew that he had received a recommendation, he could only try his best to update. Thank you for everyone's support. End of this chapter. Chapter 438. After saying that, Lin Yuan stored the cage containing the 3 red water blood snakes and the cage containing the gold-green oxygen sea anemone into his diamond face storage box. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt a few sharp auras sweeping toward him. A middle-aged man with 3 scars on his face standing behind the thin youth said in a deep voice, "Why don't you talk to our young master? Why don't you talk to our young master? The price of the red water blood snake is only around 70 radiance dollars." Before the middle-aged man, with 3 scars on his face, could finish speaking, his figure paused. At this moment, the skinny young man furrowed his brows and glanced behind him as he spoke. "Uncle Fu, it's not like home outside. Keep your temper in check." After saying that, the thin youth turned around and nodded apologetically at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't care. Just as he was about to leave with Lu Jia and listen, Lin Yuan saw the vendor pull out a smile that was uglier than crying. You knew that those 3 snake fays were red water blood snakes. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan nodded and thought to himself, "Not only do I know that these 3 snake fays are red water blood snakes, but I also know that they have the hornless dragon bloodline in their bodies." If he told this vendor, Lin Yuan was really afraid that the vendor would cry. Although Lin Yuan thought so, he said, Boss, we're leaving. You have to nurture that bronze /elite spirit siphon goldfish well." When the vendor heard Lin Yuan's words, he stomped his feet in anger. However, when he saw the faint smile on Lin Yuan's face, the vendor's hair suddenly stood on end for some reason. Immediately after, the vendor felt an unusual pain in the ass. He had wanted to make a big profit at the beginning. In the end, he didn't make any profit and lost 300 radiance dollars. If he hadn't eagerly given away the 3 red water blood snakes, he could have earned 300 radiance dollars for them. He might even be able to use these 3 red water blood snakes to sell the deep water butterfly shells to this little cripple in the wheelchair. The more he thought about it, the more his heart ached. He carefully placed the spirit siphon goldfish he had bought into the water tank where these deep water butterfly shells were kept. When the hawker sensed that his aquatic fays were in a better state, he felt a little better. He stood in the middle of the stall, waiting for the fat sheep to arrive. Lin Yuan was currently communicating with the mother of Bloodbath. "Why do you have a smirk on your face? Is there something wrong with the spirit siphon goldfish you gave to that vendor?" Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan hurriedly shook his head. "Don't malign me. This 5 fortune ranchu is healthy, and it has a pretty good exclusive skill. The mother of Bloodbath had not carefully observed the spirit siphon goldfish that Lin Yuan had traded. However, upon seeing the strange smile on Lin Yuan's face, the mother of Bloodbath knew that there was definitely a problem with this 5-fortune Ranchu. He just didn't know what the problem was. Lin Yuan felt that the next time he saw this vendor, he would definitely jump up and beat him up. He exchanged for the spirit siphon goldfish's exclusive skill, turbidity removal. The exclusive skill, impurity removal, could remove the impurities from the surface of other Fae within the user's body. The second-rate shells in the tank were coated with a layer of artificial glaze that was almost indistinguishable from the finest butterfly shells. With this 5-fortune Ranchu's exclusive skill, turbidity removal, he believed that in less than 2 hours, the glaze attached to the surface of these second-rate shells would be stripped off. This 5-fortune Ranchu, with turbidity removal, was a spirit siphon goldfish. Lin Yuan had specially picked it out from the school of fish in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan felt that the Indigo Azure City officials should give him a silk banner with the words Swindler Killer printed on it. Lin Yuan sensed the state of the 3 red water blood snakes in the amber button-shaped diamond phase storage box. They were obviously better than when they had just been sprinkled with realgar powder. Lin Yuan asked the mother of Bloodbath, "Mother of Bloodbath, do you have any requirements for the quality of those 3 red water blood snakes?" The mother of Bloodbath replied with some melancholy, "These 3 red water blood snakes have the hornless dragon bloodline and are exceptionally talented. The best way is to let these 3 red water blood snakes awaken the hornless dragon bloodline in their bodies at bronze and then promote their quality to epic. My nurturing of 3 red water blood snakes is actually similar to you humans' nurturing phase. However, these 3 scarlet water blood snakes don't need to comprehend willpower runes. Instead, they can share my blood law." Lin Yuan replied after hearing the mother of Bloodbath's words, "Then leave these 3 red water blood snakes with me, for now. Leave the awakening of bloodlines and strengthening of grades to me as well." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's subconscious words, the mother of Bloodbath was silent for a moment before softly spitting out a word. "All right." He recalled the tender youth that needed his protection at all times in Millstone Town. Now he had begun to take on all the responsibilities for him. This was something that even he could not do. In the short span of half a year, the young and inexperienced boy had unknowingly grown up. The skinny young man sitting in a wheelchair in front of the stall noticed that the person behind him did not move for a long time and asked, "Uncle Fu, it's rare for you to come out. Push me to the front." The skinny youth's words seemed to have awakened the middle-aged man with the 3 scars on his face. The middle-aged man with 3 scars on his face woke up with a start. He subconsciously pushed the wheelchair in his hand, causing the skinny young man sitting in the wheelchair to feel a jolt. The middle-aged man with 3 scars on his face said hurriedly. This subordinate was absent-minded and disturbed 3rd young master. The skinny young man did not mind and asked curiously, "I remember that although Uncle Fu's Ice Heart lionfish hasn't advanced to myth breed, it has already broken through to suzerain. Why would it be distracted?" The middle-aged man, with 3 scars on his face, said with a stern expression, "Just now, when I used my aura to suppress the masked youth, all the blood in my body started to go out of control. The blood rushed to my brain and heart, and I lost my focus." The skinny young man who was addressed as 3rd young master narrowed his eyes when he heard this, and a somewhat evil smile appeared on his gentle, scholarly face. "Reverse blood flow, messing up your mind? How interesting." Lin Yuan, Lu Jia, and Listen had bought a lot of things in the past few hours in the Indigo Azure Sea market. Lu Jia and Listen watched as Lin Yuan purchased large quantities of phase and spiritual ingredients that grew in the ocean. Among them Lin Yuan would only buy particularly high-quality or mutated marine fays. Most of them were rare spiritual ingredients that could only be produced in the ocean. Lin Yuan's harvest was quite bountiful, as he spent a lot of resources. Listen and Lu Jia had long understood Lin Yuan's deep foundation. At this moment, they could not help but refresh their understanding of Lin Yuan's foundation again and again. First, end of this chapter. Chapter 439. When Lin Yuan had bought the fays and spiritual materials, Listen had noticed the difference between him and the other young masters of the major factions. Lin Yuan had a deep foundation, but he would not squander it. When Lin Yuan purchased the spiritual ingredients and fays, he controlled the price very well and did not let himself suffer a loss. It could be said that Lin Yuan's purchases might look like he was sweeping up a lot of goods, but upon closer inspection, each transaction was more like picking up scraps. In Listen's eyes, Lin Yuan was earning resources while consuming. Through the purchase of fays and spiritual ingredients, the snowball of resources that he could control was getting bigger and bigger. Listen admired this kind of vision and ability. At that moment, Lin Yuan was speaking to the elder in front of the stall. "Boss, the blood coral crystals you sold belong to me now." The old man looked at the blood coral crystal with a pained expression. Then he looked at the 2 pieces of jade-textured agarwood that looked like black crystals in his hand, waved his hand, and said with some heartache, "You got lucky with these blood coral crystals." Lin Yuan said with a laugh, "Boss likes elegance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have preferred this agarwood that has a subtle and undetectable aura but can calm the mind." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the old man at the stall was obviously stunned for a moment. "I like agarwood that is completely jade-textured. What does that have to do with the taste of agarwood?" It was Lin Yuan's turn to be stunned. "Boss, didn't you want this completely jade-textured agarwood to burn?" The old man looked at Lin Yuan with a dumbfounded expression and shouted with trembling lips, "The deal is done. Don't pretend in front of me. Only a fool would be willing to burn this completely jade-textured agarwood and make it into a big thumb ring to wear. That's the best use of it." The more the old man looked at the masked youth in front of him, the more stifled he felt. "You're filling up all the coins. If you are so awesome, why don't you rear a few legend fays at home?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Lin Yuan picked up the blood coral crystal. He pulled Listen and Lu Jia away. In the depths of the indigo azure sea market, most of the spiritual ingredients and fays sold by the vendors were good things that were rarely seen outside. Such good things would naturally not be sold casually. Instead, they were used by the stall owners to exchange for the fays or spiritual ingredients they needed. This old man wanted to exchange for the completely jade-textured agarwood, and Lin Yuan saw the blood coral crystal containing a lot of blood energy. The blood energy contained in the blood coral crystal was extremely majestic, and it was what the mother of bloodbath needed. Lin Yuan had thought he had met an enthusiast who liked agarwood like him. In the end, this hobbyist was so vulgar that he wanted to make a big ring out of agarwood and wear it on his finger. It would be better to crush the completely jade-textured agarwood and use it as ink to practice calligraphy. At that moment, Lu Jia pointed at a stall in the distance and said, "That's right. Lin Yuan, I really found someone selling water, world, dimensional life forms flesh over there. It's just that this person's selling price is a little ridiculous. He actually wants to use the flesh of dimensional life forms of the same grade from the Abyss Dimensional Rift to exchange for the flesh of water, world, dimensional life forms at a 1-to-10 ratio. Many parts of the demons in the Abyss Dimensional Rift are not cheap. The water world dimensional life form's flesh rots in the air and emits a stench. It can be defined as a disgusting biochemical weapon. In Lu Jia's opinion, It was not appropriate to exchange the demon's flesh for the water world dimensional life form's flesh, even if it was at a ratio of 100. When Lin Yuan heard Lu Jie's words, his eyes lit up as he looked into the distance. Along the way, Lin Yuan had been looking for vendors selling the water world dimensional life form's flesh. However, after searching for a while, Lin Yuan could not find a stall. Lin Yuan knew that the water world dimensional life form's flesh was too weak and few people would keep it. However, he did not expect to find any vendors selling the water world dimensional life form's flesh in Indigo Azure City's once-in-a-decade Indigo Azure Sea Market, a place that specialized in producing marine resources. Fortunately, he had finally found one. Lin Yuan glanced at the stalls around and said to listen, and Lu Jie, Big Brother Lu, listen, the two of you walk around too. Big Brother Lu, listen, the two of you should also walk around. If you encounter spiritual materials that contain a huge amount of blood chi energy, help me buy them. Also, take a look and see if there are any more suitable resources. After saying that, he handed Listen and Lu Jie a somewhat full golden-threaded brocade pouch. Then, he walked toward the vendor who was exchanging the flesh of the Abyss Dimensional Rift's life forms. Lu Jie and Listen took a look at the golden-threaded brocade pouch and almost dropped it to the ground. Both sachets were filled with 30 heavenly maiden-grade fire elemental pearls produced by the scorching elemental shellfish. This was a huge amount of wealth. Lu Jie said to Listen when he saw that Lin Yuan had walked to the stall to exchange for the water world dimensional life form's flesh. You go to the left, I'll go to the right. We'll each go to one side to exchange for resources. Upon hearing that, Listen suddenly said with a mysterious smile, Big Brother Lu, do you want to compete to see who can exchange the 30 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls for more resources? Lu Jie replied with a simple and honest smile. Fine, I lost the bet last time, and you made me eat 30 sour lemons. This time, let's bet. Whoever loses will eat 50 gold Chaotian peppers. Upon hearing that, Listen felt his entire mouth start to become numb. It was as if his cheeks were swollen and burning with pain. Listen said, hurriedly, Brother Lu, 50 gold Chaotian peppers will kill you. Why don't you change it to bronze? Lu Jie glanced at Listen and snorted. Since we're going to bet, let's bet something exciting. If you don't like the gold Chaotian pepper, we can change it to the silver Chaotian pepper. Lu Jie's provocation made Listen clap his hands. Since we're looking for excitement, let's see it through to the end. I would like to exchange 50 gold Chaotian peppers for 1 platinum devil pepper. Do you dare, Brother Lu? There was only one thought in Lu Jie's mind, and that was if he ate a platinum devil pepper, he would have to sleep for at least a month. This was simply mutual harm. However, even someone like Listen, who was afraid of spicy food, was not afraid. Why should he shrink back? Let's bet. You're not allowed to drink milk an hour after eating. Listen did not expect Lu Jie to really dare to bet, and even think about not letting him drink milk. He had an idea and added another condition. What's the big deal if you don't drink milk? If you're capable, drink a whole bowl of iced Coke after eating the platinum devil pepper. Second chapter. Friends who like this book hope to subscribe to it. Sob, sob, sob. Button was afraid that he would not be able to recommend it in the future if the results were not good. Thank you, everyone. Sob, sob, sob. He had not been notified of this recommendation, so he had not saved any chapters. Button had been working hard to write for the past 2 days. Cough, cough. He had updated a total of 30,000 words. In the future, he hoped that everyone could slowly listen to Button's story. Go right in seclusion. There would be another 6 chapters before nightfall, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 440. Lu Jie and Listen looked at each other and felt that the other was a ruthless person. However, at the thought of the taste of the platinum devil ghost pepper, Lu Jie and Listen hurriedly set off. They began to prepare to use the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced by the scorching elemental shellfish in the golden silk brocade pouch to exchange for supplies. The old man, who had just felt that Lin Yuan was pretending, doubted life again. He initially thought that these two young men who had just bed in front of his stall were just two childish ghosts. He did not expect these two childish ghosts to suddenly jump like wolves and finally become wolf annihilation. The combination of these three people was a pretentious criminal, two wolf annihilations. It was simply too weird. Lin Yuan had already walked to the core area of the Indigo Azure Sea Market. Most of the phase and spiritual materials sold in the edge area of the Indigo Azure Sea Market were relatively ordinary, and there were few things that could make people's eyes light up. However, the closer he got to the core area of the Indigo Azure Sea Market, the higher the preciousness and quality of the spiritual materials and phase that he could exchange. Previously, there was only one way to go in the periphery of the Indigo Azure Sea Market. However, there were more roads in the core area of the Indigo Azure Sea Market. This made Lin Yuan increasingly start to feel that this Indigo Azure Sea Market was like a huge maze. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the layout of this core area was simply extremely unfriendly to people with no sense of direction. The large number of stalls in front of Lin Yuan were the most deserted in front of the middle-aged man, who was exchanging water world dimensional life forms flesh for abyss dimensional life forms flesh. This middle-aged man was also happy to be idle and looked around at the other stalls around like a patroller patrolling the territory. There were a few platinum phase storage boxes beside him. Upon seeing Lin Yuan walk over, the middle-aged man hurriedly stood up and said, "Little brother, are you exchanging for water world dimensional life forms flesh?" The middle-aged man hurriedly stood up and said, "Little brother, are you exchanging for water world dimensional life forms flesh?" Lin Yuan nodded and asked, "Uncle, you should have class 3 water world dimensional life forms flesh that is equivalent to gold phase, right?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the middle-aged man raised his hand, and Lin Yuan saw that this middle-aged man was wearing 2 somewhat exaggerated rings. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "I have 2 full diamond phase storage boxes. I have 2 diamond phase storage boxes filled with water world dimensional life forms flesh, ranging from class 2 to class 5. But let's make an agreement first. If you don't have a diamond phase storage box, you have to buy these platinum phase storage boxes in front of me. Otherwise, I don't want to be chased out by my own people." When Lin Yuan heard the middle-aged man's words, he nodded in agreement. He had smelled the smell of water world dimensional life forms flesh before. Even the sea serpent gas released by the sea serpent gas coral could not conceal this smell. If the flesh of the water world dimensional life forms was taken out, the spirit chi professionals in the Indigo Azure Sea Market would probably have a chain reaction of dissolved substances in their stomachs. At the same time, Lin Yuan also found out the middle-aged man's identity from his words. The middle-aged man had said that he didn't want to be chased out, which meant that he was a member of the Indigo Azure Guard. The Indigo Azure Guard was in charge of managing the Indigo Azure Market. At the same time, it also explained why this middle-aged man had 2 diamond phase storage boxes full of high-grade water world dimensional life forms flesh. That was because as long as a water world dimensional rift opened in the sea near Indigo Azure City, it would not be able to survive. As long as these water world dimensional life forms emerged from the water world dimensional rift and threatened the safety of the residents on the shore of Indigo Azure City, they would be killed. The Indigo Azure Guard was about to move out to exterminate the water world dimensional creatures that were causing trouble. This middle-aged man probably represented the entire Indigo Azure Guard. He wanted to use the Indigo Azure Sea market to see if he could exchange the water world dimensional creature flesh that he had accumulated over the past 10 years for some relatively useful resources. Uncle, I have a phase storage box for the water world dimensional life forms. I might need more. The middle-aged man laughed heartily when he heard that. As long as you don't use the flesh and blood of gold water dimensional creatures to fill the sea, I have enough. He took out a platinum phase storage box from the amber button-shaped diamond phase storage box. He then began to repack the gold abyss demon's flesh in the leaf-shaped diamond phase storage box into the platinum phase storage box. He stored about half of the remaining 3,000 class 3 demon's flesh in the leaf-shaped diamond phase storage box. He then handed the platinum phase storage box containing 1,500 sets of demon flesh to the middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man took the platinum phase storage box from Lin Yuan and coughed strangely. Then he asked in surprise, "You want to use so much grade 3 demon flesh to exchange for the grade 3 water world dimensional creature flesh?" Lin Yuan nodded. If Red Thorn wanted to increase its level and quality, it was most suitable to devour the flesh of class 3-dimensional life forms at the silver/fantasy breed stage. Red Thorn wasn't picky with food. After all, it absorbed the flesh energy from dimensional creatures' flesh. Therefore, eating the flesh of demon dimensional creatures and the flesh of water world dimensional creatures wasn't much different in essence. Red Thorn had already mastered the unique acidic and withering characteristics of the demon dimensional life form's flesh after devouring them in large quantities. Moreover, it can be inherited in the child ramets and ramets produced by spores. Therefore, for Red Thorn, eating the flesh of class 3 demons was only digesting the flesh energy. During this time, Lin Yuan had observed Red Thorn and found that it had devoured the flesh of nearly 100 gold water world dimensional life forms. Apart from mutating the 12 1-meter-long, useless petals of Red Thorn's bewitching flowers into gill-shaped petals, it had also allowed Red Thorn to faintly grasp the water world dimensional life form's rotten characteristics. This rotten characteristic did not mean that after Red Thorn injured the target, it would let the target rot. Instead, after the child ramets and ramets summoned by Red Thorn died, they would quickly rot and become nutrients for other living child ramets and ramets to absorb. Although Red Thorn's endurance had been greatly enhanced after having the Eye of Relinquish. However, if Red Thorn fully grasped the water world dimensional life form's rotten characteristics, it could undoubtedly increase Red Thorn's endurance again. Endurance was the guarantee of Red Thorn's lush and stable sea of flowers, so the more the better. In a short while, Lin Yuan and the middle-aged man finished exchanging this large batch of water world dimensional life form's flesh. After the exchange was completed, the middle-aged man gave Lin Yuan the flesh of 15,000 gold water world dimensional life forms. He also gave Lin Yuan an additional 500 gold water world dimensional life forms flesh. After thinking for a while, Lin Yuan said to the middle-aged man, "Uncle, I wonder if you can leave me your contact information. I don't know if I can leave you with a contact information. I may need more water world dimensional life forms flesh in the future. It'll be convenient for us to trade then. Thirdly, your little fairy is my reward." End of this chapter. Chapter 441. When the middle-aged man heard that, he was naturally very happy and laughed heartily. Deal. In the future, no matter what kind of dimensional life forms flesh you use to exchange for water world dimensional life forms flesh, you can do it with me. But if you use alien insect dimensional life forms flesh to exchange for water world dimensional life forms flesh, the exchange ratio won't be as large as that of abyss dimensional life forms. Lin Yuan didn't care. As long as he could exchange for water world dimensional life forms flesh, no matter what the ratio was It was a profit for him. Lin Yuan couldn't help but have the idea of exchanging all the dimensional life forms' flesh in the leaf-shaped diamond face storage box with Waterworld dimensional life forms' flesh. But then, Lin Yuan dispelled this idea. Anyway, he could contact this middle-aged man in the future. Even if he left the Indigo Azure Sea market, there would be opportunities to exchange through ostrich logistics. The flesh of 15,500 gold water world dimensional creatures was enough for Red Thorn to digest and devour for a long period of time. Before Lin Yuan left the middle-aged man's stall, he headed in a different direction from Lu Jie and listened. Along the way, Lin Yuan didn't bid or buy anything again. There were many treasures in this world. In the core area of the Indigo Azure Sea market, even Lin Yuan had to pay a great price to buy many precious spiritual materials and fays. Therefore, as long as he bid, the chips in his hands would decrease. It was very likely that when he encountered fays or spiritual materials that he really needed in the future, he wouldn't be able to take out the capital to bid with others. Lin Yuan saw that in front of many stalls, there were buyers bidding for the same fey and spiritual materials. Even if the value of the spiritual materials taken out by the buyers in the bidding dispute was the same, there would be no difference. However, for the stall owners, there would always be more suitable fays and spiritual materials after weighing the pros and cons. In the end, it was up to the stall owners to decide who they would exchange with. Lin Yuan walked all the way. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath's strange and pleasant voice was full of urgency. Lin Yuan, there's an extremely rich blood energy ahead. It's huge and pure, and it's very useful to me. Lin Yuan hurriedly followed the mother of Bloodbath's guidance to a stall. He found a young man and a young woman standing in front of this stall. The short-haired young woman was carefully looking at a long crimson vine. Lin Yuan saw many pentagonal leaves growing on the crimson vine. The leaves were dark green in color, but there were many scarlet vein-like veins on the dark green leaves. There was a fracture on the upper branch of the vine, and dark red juice condensed on the surface of the fracture like a coagulated blood scab. Lin Yuan immediately recognized that this vine-like fey was not an ordinary fey. It was a heaven and earth spirit object, the Blood Brew grapevine. The bloody scab should be from the stall's owner, who had come to the Indigo Azure Sea market to trade for the Blood Brew grapevine. He had cut a bunch of Blood Brew grapes from the Blood Brew grapevine in advance, leaving behind a wound. The short-haired woman in front of the stall was negotiating with the stall owner when she heard the stall owner say, "I will only exchange this Blood Brew grapevine for 3 items. The first is a heaven fey that is about the same grade as the Blood Brew grapevine. The second is a bronze/epic fey, and the third is a strategic resource reserve." The 3 broiling fire worker ants you took out might be bronze/epic, but this kind of fire type fey is useless in Indigo Azure City. If you sell them in other cities, the exclusive skills of these 3 broiling fire worker ants won't be considered outstanding. So don't be unconvinced, young lady. Even if you take out 7 of these broiling fire worker ants, I will hesitate to trade with you, let alone you only took out 3. The stall owner was obviously a little impatient as he spoke. The short-haired woman hesitated for a moment before taking out 3 more source-type items. In a sense, source-type items are also considered strategic reserves. I will add these 3 source-type items to exchange for your Blood Brew grapevine. The stall owner waved his hand. 3 source-type items are at most equal to 1.5 bronze/epic broiling fire worker ant. Apart from these 3 bronze/epic broiling fire worker ants, take out another 8 source-type items, and I will trade with you, the short-haired woman said with a somewhat ugly expression. I don't have 8 source-type items on hand, only 6. Before the woman could finish speaking, the stall owner rudely interrupted her. I can't be bothered to bargain. The price I'm giving you is already the most fair. If it wasn't for the fact that I really don't want to raise a second bunch of blood brew grapes after raising one bunch, I wouldn't trade with you if you took out source-type items. When the man beside the short-haired woman heard the old man's impatient tone, he was obviously a little unhappy. He said to the short-haired woman beside him, "Shan Liang, I'll lend you 2 source-type items. How about you exchange this blood brew grapevine first?" The short-haired woman named Shan Liang's face darkened as she said to the young man beside her, whose hair was dyed purple, "Wei de Bao, I said I'm a green tea and don't like you. You stopped pestering me, but why are you always thinking about giving me a loan? Even if I, Shan Liang, starve to death, I won't let you, Wei de Bao, give me a single cent." Wei de Bao, whose hair was dyed purple, immediately felt a little wronged. "Shan Liang, do you have a conscience? I know you're a green tea, but I'm still willing to give you a loan. Isn't that enough to show how much I love you?" Shan Liang felt a surge of anger in her stomach. She let out a long burp and said angrily, "Shan Liang, do you have a conscience? Consider it my life's misfortune to be in the same class as you, Wei de Bao. You better leave your loan for ghosts to use. Do you think you're the heaven and earth bank? The interest is so huge." Lin Yuan looked at the man and woman in front of him, and for some reason, his mind immediately thought of Xianing and Zhang Xiaobai. At the same time, he could feel the mother of bloodbath's extreme desire for the blood brew grapevine. This was because the mother of bloodbath had been in a frenzied state ever since it saw the blood brew grapevine. The blood brew grapevine might not be comparable to the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and twin red pagoda in his spirit-locked spatial zone. However, it was comparable to the cinnabar sweet Osmanthus haworthia. Furthermore, the blood brew grapevine and cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia both produced fruits. However, the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia's fruit function was to enhance spiritual energy. The blood brew grapes produced by the blood brew grapevine could increase the vitality of the target that consumed it. It would also allow the target's blood cells to be abnormally active for a short period of time and produce a large amount of blood. Fourthly, your little fairy is my gamma. End of this chapter. Chapter 442. The blood brew grapevine might not be considered very precious among the heaven and earth fays, but it was a rare heaven and earth fae. However, the blood brew grapevine was undoubtedly the most useful to the mother of bloodbath. He used Morbius True Data to take a look at the blood brew grapevine. Fae name, blood brew grapevine, spirit species, grape family / bilobed genus, Fae grade, platinum, 4 out of 10. Fae type, blood Fae quality. Epic. Not only was the blood brew grapevine at platinum, but its quality was also at epic. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. It could be said that this blood brew grapevine was already a mature heaven and earth fae after buying this blood brew grapevine. As long as the blood brew grapevine was supplied with a large amount of blood, the blood brew grapevine would not be affected. The blood brew grapevine could grow blood brew grapes. He didn't need to spend any more time and effort to nurture it. Lin Yuan had already heard the resource requirements of this stall owner. As for the 3 heaven and earth fays in the spirit-locked spatial zone, he naturally would not exchange them. The heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in Lin Yuan's hands could be considered a strategic resource, reserve that this stall owner wanted to exchange for. However, he planned to use strategic resources like the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls only when he had no other choice. After all, he was not sure if he would encounter spiritual ingredients and fays that the mother of bloodbath, or he needed more in this indigo azure sea market. At that moment, he thought of the 4 bronze / epic wind chain sparrows and 1 bronze / epic wind net sparrow that he had enhanced. He took 2 steps forward and summoned 4 bronze / epic wind chain sparrows, and 1 bronze/epic windnet sparrow. He held the 5 little guys in his palm and asked the stall owner, "Boss, I will use these 5 bronze/epic fays to exchange for your blood brew grapevine. Are you satisfied?" When the elder in front of the stall saw the 5 palm-sized birds that Lin Yuan had summoned, his eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Yuan could tell that the exclusive skills of the 3 broiling fireworker ants were not good through just a glance from the old man in front of the stall. He knew that this elder should also be a creation master. The old man squinted his eyes and was probably sizing up the exclusive skills of the 4 bronze/epic wind chain sparrows and 1 bronze/epic windnet sparrow. When he enhanced bronze/epic phase, he had always developed a better habit. When the Fae evolved to elite grade, it would definitely be upgraded to epic. This was so that he could choose one of the 3 exclusive skills when he advanced to bronze grade. Thus, be it the 4 wind chain sparrows or the wind net sparrow, their exclusive skills were rather outstanding. They were all exclusive skills that could enhance the combat ability of the wind chain sparrow and wind net sparrow. Lin Yuan showed extreme sincerity in this exchange and did not want to bargain with the old man in front of the stall. As the mother of Bloodbath valued the blood brew grapevine very much, Lin Yuan was afraid of any other mishaps. After all, there were 2 other people over there. One was a woman who said she was a green tea, and the other was a purple-haired man who loved to lend money. They were both eyeing the blood brew grapevine covetously. After sizing up the 5 little fellows that Lin Yuan had summoned, the old man made the decision and said in a carefree manner, "All right, the blood brew grapevine is yours." After the old man said that, Lin Yuan revealed a smile. After the elder said that, Lin Yuan revealed a smile on his face. After enhancing the 5 little fellows, Lin Yuan revealed a smile. Lin Yuan was silently praising himself for being quick-witted. After enhancing the 5 little fellows, Lin Yuan had spent nearly 2 hours educating them not to use the sound of the wind to simulate a quarrel that was born in the womb. Otherwise, with these 5 little fellows together without anyone to control them, they would be able to set up a huge stage. What if the stall owner did not exchange for these 5 little fellows? After Lin Yuan completed the transaction, the short-haired woman called Shan Liang felt a little disappointed. She could not help but gently bite her lips, and it was obvious that she was unhappy. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard the purple-haired youth let out a strange cry. However, the purple-haired youth's cry was not directed at himself, but at the short-haired woman, Shan Liang, who looked a little disappointed. "Shan Liang, I didn't believe you when you said you were a green tea, but now I believe you. Based on your current reaction and expression, are you trying to tempt me to make a move and snatch the blood brew grapevine from that masked young man?" Upon hearing the purple-haired youth's words, Lin Yuan could not help but blink his eyes behind the mask. What kind of astonishing brain circuit was this? Anyone who wanted to exchange for something but couldn't get it would feel a little disappointed. Shan Liang's expression turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Shan Liang grabbed the purple-haired young man's ear and roared, "Wei DeBeo, if it weren't for the fact that I beat you up so ruthlessly last time that your father called me to school and caused my credits to be deducted, I would have definitely beaten you until you crawl on the ground." Shan Liang twisted Wei DeBeo's ear for a good half a circle before letting go. Wei DeBeo's ears did not turn red, but his face turned red first as he murmured, "Shan Liang, this is what I like about you. You are like a catfish in the sewers, strong." Shan Liang immediately reached out and pinched Wei DeBeo's cheeks twice before she slapped Wei DeBeo's neck twice and said, "Shan Liang, this is what I like about you. I will strangle you to death with my soul-chasing palm and slap you to death with my fickle flower palm." Wei DeBeo might be begging for mercy from Shan Liang's frenzied attacks, but his eyes were getting brighter. Lin Yuan could not differentiate between this young man and woman called Shan Liang and Wei Debao. Were they flaunting their affection and displaying their strange dog food, or were they really old foes? Just as Lin Yuan was about to leave, he heard a somewhat gloomy voice behind him. "Kid, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I see that the mask on your face is not bad, and I am very interested. How about selling it to me?" Lin Yuan did not turn around and did not look at the person who was speaking to him. However, his brows were slightly raised. Just from this sentence, Lin Yuan knew that the person who was speaking should be here to cause trouble. Lin Yuan's mouth pulled up into an arc. "It's finally here. So slow." When Lin Yuan had gone to look for Listen to come to the Indigo Azure Sea Market, he knew that someone would definitely find him in the market. However, he did not expect that this person would be so slow. Lin Yuan now wanted to see what kind of methods the Zheng family, one of the 3 prestigious families in Indigo Azure City, would take to deal with him. Chapter 5. Your Little Fairy is my reward, plus more seeking recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, and full subscriptions. A shovel plus more hee-hee. End of this chapter. Chapter 443. Lin Yuan knew that the Zheng family would look for him. To put it bluntly, the Zheng family was probing his identity. The Zheng family's assassination attempt on Listen had caused the Zheng family to lose 2 king-class experts. Of the 2 king stage experts that were lost, one was a peak king stage expert. The loss of a pinnacle king-class expert made the Zheng family afraid of Listen. Therefore, before the Zheng family figured out the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's backer, they wouldn't easily make a move on Listen. Even a peak king stage expert was dead. If he made another move, he would have to be at the Emperor stage. In a battle between Emperor-class experts, law runes would affect the power of the laws. It wasn't as easy to control the situation as it was in a battle between king-class experts. If an Emperor-level expert were to act recklessly, then it would be very likely that things would get out of hand. During this sensitive period, he had appeared beside Listen. The Zheng family obviously wanted to confirm his relationship with Listen. Lin Yuan was also waiting for this opportunity to see if it was the Zheng family's main family or the Zheng family's 3rd lineage that had been targeting the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Before Lin Yuan could turn around to speak, he saw Wei Debao, who had been crazily attacked by Shan Liang, whistle. "Zheng Wenba, weren't you beaten up by the brothers in your family? I heard that your father transferred you to the capital to study. Why aren't you staying in the capital? Why are you carrying your annoying shoehorn face?" Shan Liang looked at Zheng Wenba with disgust and disgust. Zheng Wenba had already noticed Wei Debao and Shan Liang, who was standing beside Wei Debao. However, Zheng Wenba ignored Wei Debao's words as if he didn't hear them. However, Zheng Wenba's originally sinister expression became even more gloomy. Seeing that Lin Yuan had turned around, Zheng Wenba stretched out his hand and flicked at Lin Yuan in the air before saying again, "You're right. It's just a mask. If you give it to me, I might be able to befriend you." Seeing that Zheng Wenba ignored him, Wei Debao immediately said in a strange tone, "Yo, I haven't seen you for a few months, and you're putting on airs. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that the 3rd lineage of the Zheng family had become the main family, and that you, Zheng Wenba, had become the real young Master Zheng. Don't you think so, Shan Liang?" Shan Liang snorted when she heard Wei Debao mention her. "Don't talk to me, or I'll hammer you to death." Wei Debao pursed his lips, but a hint of vague expectation flashed in his eyes. Zheng Wenba's originally gloomy face immediately turned gloomy after listening to Wei Debao's words. However, Zheng Wenba's eyes were still fixed on Lin Yuan, and he was thinking about the mission that his father had given him before leaving. Based on Zheng Wenba's understanding of Wei Debao, Wei Debao was a collateral descendant of the Wei family, which was one of the 3 major families in Indigo Azure City. He was not an easy person to get along with. If he were to be entangled by Wei Debao, this dogskin plaster, then the purpose of his trip might go wrong. When Lin Yuan saw Zhang Wenbo staring at him, he shook his head gently and said in a clear voice, "If it's a friend, then not. I don't casually teach friends. However, if you are interested in the mask on my face, I can sell it to you." After saying that, Lin Yuan circulated the spiritual power in his body. When Lin Yuan circulated the spiritual power in his body, the 5 kinds of fortune patterns embroidered on his moon-white robe, which were made of jade-textured white sandalwood and polished rice beads, lit up. It added a touch of indescribable grace and nobility to Lin Yuan's otherworldly temperament. At the same time, the mask on Lin Yuan's face that was made of completely jade-textured silk threads lit up with a soft jade halo under the noon sun. This halo didn't look dazzling at all, but it faintly emitted a 7-colored jade luster. However, this undazzling jade luster didn't let the noon sun's light overshadow the slightest bit. As spirit chi circulated on the mask made of completely jade-textured silk threads, the originally woven majestic city patterns became elegant and lively. It was like a majestic city hidden in the clouds, slowly revealing an inconspicuous shadow in the side of the clouds. The moment Lin Yuan's mask lit up, everyone's eyes were attracted by this 7-colored, completely jade-textured luster. Wei Debao looked at Lin Yuan's mask with some surprise and thought, F***CK. Then he looked at Zhang Wenbo with a playful gaze. Lin Yuan's spirit chi only circulated for a moment before it stopped. Lin Yuan said, as he looked at the sinister-looking youth in front of him, "Are you still buying?" Zhang Wenbo did not know how to answer Lin Yuan's question. This was the Indigo Azure Sea market. If he wanted to buy it, he would need to exchange it with something of equal value. If Zhang Wenbo had to take out the resources in his small treasury to exchange for some precious spiritual ingredients or phase, Zhang Wenbo would be willing. However, buying such a mask made of jade-textured wood thread was equivalent to buying a luxury item with no practical significance. And from the jade-like luster that had just lit up on the mask was completely jade-textured. And the wood threads could even reach 5 times the weight of the same volume of wood. It had reached the level of peerless jade-textured wood. Furthermore, only a Class 5 spirit craftsman with a fantasy breed wood weaving house centipede could turn the jade-like wood into thread and weave it. He didn't plan to trade in the Indigo Azure Sea market, so he didn't bring many resources with him. Now that he had found trouble, he was forced to stay on a spiral staircase in midair, making it difficult for him to go up and down. However, Zhang Wenbo didn't understand why the completely jade-textured thread that was made into the mask would emit a colorful jade-like luster. At that moment, Zhang Wenbo heard the masked youth say, "The value of my mask is not easy to estimate. It's not easy to estimate the value of my mask. This thread made of completely jade-textured wood is mixed with dozens of types of completely jade-textured wood. If you really like it, then show me your sincerity." Lin Yuan was not a high-profile person. He was doing this to convey his foundation to the Zheng family's 3rd lineage. He wanted to tell them that he was not to be trifled with. At the same time, he wanted to find out the Zheng family's 3rd lineage's true attitude toward the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's shallow nearshore sea. Seeing that Zheng Wenbo was in a difficult situation, Wei Debao coughed lightly and stroked his purple-dyed short hair, as he said in a very loyal manner. He said with a sense of loyalty, "Zheng Wenbo, I know you just don't have money. Stop pretending. But don't be afraid, even if you don't have money. Who asked you to meet me? After all, we have been classmates for 2 years. I can give you a loan." Zheng Wenbo's originally gloomy expression cracked as he said, Wei de Bao, can your mouth not be like the crotch of an old lady's cotton pants? Those who like to discuss the plot are welcome to join the Book Friends group in the introduction. Button wanted to do a survey. Everyone felt that Lin Yuan should keep a low profile. You should properly show off and slap his face. He should have been more pretentious and used his own resources and identity to fight 3, seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes. The button for the new month will work hard. End of chapter. Chapter 444. When Wei de Bao heard Zheng Wenbo scolding him, his face faintly revealed an excited expression. But then Wei de Bao found that Shan Liang had already left. Wei de Bao ignored Zheng Wenbo, whose expression had already cracked. He trotted forward, coquettishly stroked his pearl-like purple hair, and chased after Shan Liang. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath's strange and pleasant voice sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. Lin Yuan, the old man behind that youth has contracted a myth-breed fae, and there is more than one. Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the old man standing behind the sinister youth. The old man's back was straight, and his body had a chilly aura. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that this old man should be the emperor-class expert of the Zheng family's 3rd lineage. From this old man's standing position, his identity could be seen. He was obviously not from the Zheng family's main family. If this old man was from the Zheng family's main family, he would not be standing behind the Zheng family's 3rd lineage's young master. Since the Zheng family's 3rd lineage had found him, perhaps someone had also found Lu Jia or Listen. However, Lin Yuan was not worried about Listen's and Lu Jia's safety. With endless summer secretly watching over them, there should be no one in this indigo azure sea market that could make Listen and Lu Jia suffer. However, this old man's appearance was equivalent to saying that the Zheng family's 3rd lineage was willing to send an emperor-class expert for the shallow nearshore sea controlled by the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. This imperceptibly showed the Zheng family's 3rd lineage's attitude. Lin Yuan could not help but be more curious about why the Zheng family's 3rd lineage was so keen on the shallow nearshore sea. Lin Yuan quietly looked at the Zheng family's 3rd lineage's young master Zheng with some playfulness in his eyes. From the purple-haired youth's words, this sinister youth in front of him should be the person supporting the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce in the royal capital. The pinnacle king-class expert that endless summer had killed must have been sent by this sinister youth in front of him. Under Lin Yuan's gaze, Zheng Wenbo's expression became more and more unsightly. This is simply 2F * King Shameful. He had originally wanted to use this method to test the background of this masked young man by finding fault with him. However, of all the methods he could have used, he had to mention this mask. Wei de Bao also found out about this matter. If Wei de Bao were to find out, he was afraid that no one in his circle would not know about it. This was tantamount to his own social death. Just as Zheng Wenbo was about to speak, he heard the youth wearing the expensive mask speak. "Since you're shy, I won't force you. If you want to buy anything in the indigo azure sea market, it's best to measure your own abilities to avoid embarrassment. Of course, it's the same for other things outside the indigo azure sea market." After speaking, Lin Yuan stored the blood brew grapevine into the diamond amber button-shaped face storage box and turned to leave. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, Zheng Wenbo's eyes, which were getting increasingly gloomy, suddenly focused. Zheng Wenbo sensed an attitude from this sentence. His attitude made it seem as if he didn't put him in his eyes at all. At the same time, there was a hint of warning in it. Zheng Wenbo might be from the Zheng family's 3rd lineage, but he was still the Zheng family's young master. He would be addressed respectfully as young Master Zheng wherever he went. After being agitated by Lin Yuan's attitude, Zheng Wenbo's anger surged. At that moment, An elder with a straight back and a cedar aura looked in the direction that Lin Yuan had left. Then he put his hand on Zheng Wenba's shoulder and said, "What else is there to be unhappy about?" Zheng Wenba took a deep breath. Although his anger was no longer shown on his face, his eyes were like a vulture staring at rotten meat. Zheng Wenba took a deep breath. Although his anger no longer showed on his face, his eyes were like a vulture staring at rotten meat. The elder patted Zheng Wenba's shoulder and said, "Grandpa Jiao, did you sense an expert's aura around him?" The elder used his hand to pat Zheng Wenba's shoulder and said, "I didn't sense any powerful aura, unless the other party's strength is much higher than mine, and he intentionally concealed his aura. Let's go, Wenba. Report back to Master and see what he has to do next." Zheng Wenba grinned sinisterly. "Without the protection of an expert, you still dare to speak so arrogantly? Based on my understanding of Father, I might have to trouble Grandpa Jiao to make a trip tonight." The elder with a straight back and a cedar aura smiled and said, "It's no trouble at all. It's no trouble at all. The cold snow pine should be breaking through tonight." After Zheng Wenba and the old man, who had a straight back and had a cedar-like temperament, walked away, not far away, a young man sitting in a wheelchair next to a stall had a devilish smile on his face that seemed to widen. Behind the crippled youth, a man with 3 scars on his face said softly, "Third young master, we've been out long enough. Let's go back." The skinny crippled youth didn't respond to the man with 3 scars on his face. The skinny crippled youth didn't respond to the man with 3 scars on his face. He seemed to be very interested as he spoke. "I heard that second brother is standing on the third lineage's side. Second brother is really good at making trouble. Huh? Unlike me, I can't even walk when I want to." Hearing the third young master's question, the man with 3 scars on his face immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to reply. He even tried to slow down his breathing. The skinny youth in the wheelchair continued to speak. "I can't even walk, but second brother is so good at making trouble." "Ha! What a good second brother." The man with 3 scars on his face didn't know why, but when he heard the third young master say, "Good second brother," he felt a bone-chilling chill rise from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, the smile on the skinny youth's face suddenly disappeared. "I have to ask second brother to help me get my share out as well." As he spoke, a trace of viciousness and cruelty flashed in the skinny youth's eyes. He then extended his 6-fingered palm and looked at it gently. "You said that when you released your aura against that person, your blood flowed in reverse and your mind was in chaos. I don't know if such an iron plate is enough. Will it be enough for second brother to break his legs when he's tormenting him?" Suddenly, a sea breeze blew into the indigo azure sea market. As the sea breeze blew, the skinny youth in the wheelchair suddenly started coughing. While coughing, the viciousness in his eyes became as gentle as jade. "The wind is blowing. Push me to Grandpa's place. I haven't played chess with Grandpa for a long time." The man with 3 scars on his face lowered his head, and the fine sweat on his nose gathered into water droplets that dripped onto the ground, creating a small splash. Upon hearing the third young master's instructions, he hurriedly responded, "Yes, third young master." Just as Lin Yuan was about to stroll around the indigo azure sea market, he suddenly saw Lu Jie and Listen running toward him. Their faces also had a hurried expression. Second night. Everyone liked nurturing, but there was still a big conflict. Sob, sob, sob. End of this chapter. Chapter 445. When Lin Yuan saw Lu Jie and Listen running toward him, he hurriedly greeted them. Could it be that the Zheng family's third lineage really went to find trouble with Lu Jie and Listen? Just as Lin Yuan was about to ask, he heard Lu Jie say hurriedly, that's right. Lin Yuan, quickly follow us. There is a mountain-containing embryo over there that your Fae needs. When Lin Yuan heard the words mountain-containing embryo, his pupils suddenly constricted. Then, his eyes were filled with joy. He now had a total of 3 fantasy breed Faes: the source sand, the jasmine lily, red thorn, and Chimey. He no longer needed to worry about Chimey's quality improvement after metamorphosing into a fantasy breed Fae. With the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, as long as he could take out enough strange flames, he would be able to use it. In that case, it was not impossible to raise Chimey's quality to Fantasy V. Lin Yuan didn't need to worry about Red Thorn. As long as Red Thorn continued to eat like this, it would sooner or later rise from Fantasy I. However, after the Jasmine Lily and Source Sand became fantasy breeds, Lin Yuan did nothing to improve their quality. Lin Yuan had been stuck at C rank as a Spirit Chi professional. It would be utterly inadequate to rely on a C rank Spirit Chi professional's spiritual power to enhance a fantasy breed phase quality. It was not that he had not thought of a way, but these treasures that could enhance a fantasy breed phase quality were simply too rare. Even if Lin Yuan searched for it, he could not find it. The mountain-containing embryo that Lu Jie mentioned was a treasure that could strengthen Earth-type fantasy breed phase and Source-type life forms. It was considered a precious strategic class resource. Although the Source Sand was a sand element, the sand element was also a variant of the Earth element. In essence, it was a homologous element. Of course, strategic class resources like the mountain-containing embryo were not as simple as improving the quality of Earth-type fantasy breed phase and Source-type items. However, in his heart, this mountain-containing embryo's greatest use was to raise the Source Sand's quality from fantasy I. Lin Yuan followed Lu Jie and listened, and quickly walked toward the stall where the mountain-containing embryo had appeared. Before he arrived in front of the stall, Lin Yuan noticed that many people were surrounding it. They surrounded the stall so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Upon seeing this situation, Lin Yuan was a little anxious. Lin Yuan saw that most of the people on the periphery were watching the show, so he pushed through the crowd and squeezed in with Lu Jie and listened. Once inside, Lin Yuan got out of the crowd of onlookers and went to the trading spot next to the stall. At that moment, Lin Yuan realized that there was already an old man holding a telescopic lens under his eyelids, carefully looking at an earth-yellow spherical object that was half the size of a fist. This earthen yellow ball looked very unremarkable. It looked like a potato, and it was slowly bouncing in the old man's hand. It was like a living embryo. The stall owner was a round fatty. When he saw Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Listen emerge from the crowd and come to the trading area in front of the stall, he reminded them, "If you plan to trade, you can check the 3 items on my stall. I only trade strategic class treasures here. Phase spiritual ingredients and source-type items are all fine. But listen up, I only want strategic-level weapons." When Lin Yuan heard the boss's reminder, he immediately replied, "Yes, I heard that boss has a mountain-containing embryo here. It's something I urgently need, so I came over to take a look." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the fat stall owner made an inviting gesture and said with a smile, "I heard that you have a mountain-containing embryo here. Then you can wait for Master Jing Lu to finish checking this mountain-containing embryo before you check it. Although the other 2 items on the stall are not as precious as the mountain-containing embryo, they're also not bad. You can check them yourself." While speaking, the fat stall owner's eyes sized up Lin Yuan's body. His eyes deliberately stayed on the mask on Lin Yuan's face for a few seconds before shifting his gaze away. Lin Yuan lowered his head and glanced at the other 2 items on the stall, not paying much attention to them. However, Lin Yuan saw that the old man, whom the stall owner called Master Jing Lu, had not finished checking the mountain-containing embryo for a long time. Lin Yuan simply used Morbius True Data to scan the 3 items on the stall. With this glance, Lin Yuan's gaze was attracted by the items on the stall. However, what attracted Lin Yuan's gaze was not the mountain-containing embryo that could transform the source sand into a fantasy breed and improve its quality again. It was the source-type item in the middle that looked like a small cactus. The cactus-like source-type item was only the size of a thumb and did not look conspicuous at all. However, Lin Yuan did not expect that this inconspicuous cactus-shaped source-type item was actually a fairy source-type life form that was as rare as elemental source-type life forms. Lin Yuan was also someone who had seen the world. If it was an ordinary fairy source-type life form, he would not be attracted to it. Lu Jie's contracted insect queen was a fairy source-type life form. Although Lin Yuan had only seen the insect queen's true body once when it had entered combat mode, he had never seen it before. However, Lin Yuan already had a sufficient understanding of fairy source-type life forms in theory. The reason why this fairy source-type life form attracted Lin Yuan's gaze was that it was too suitable for Chu Ci. It was simply a source-type life form tailor-made for Lin Yuan's Iron Bucket Sister Nurturing Plan 3.0. With this fairy source-type life form, Iron Bucket Sister Nurturing Plan 3.0 could also officially start. As for the contract conditions, this fairy source-type life form might have harsh conditions for others, but it was a piece of cake for Lin Yuan. When the boss saw that Lin Yuan had been staring at the cactus-shaped source-type life form in his stall, he ignored Lin Yuan and went to introduce it. He just sat there, unperturbed. It was as if he had good stuff and was not worried about not selling it. Since Lin Yuan had found such a suitable source-type life form for the first time, he naturally would not let it go. He said to the satisfied fat boss, "Boss, quote a price for this thing in the middle." Upon hearing that, the fat boss patted his big belly and said, "I refuse to bargain. Since you want to trade, you should be able to see what this thing in the middle is, so you should also know the approximate price." After saying that, the fat boss chuckled and smiled unusually amiably. However, the words that came out of his mouth made Lin Yuan choke. "You can only quote a price once. If you're satisfied, I'll trade. If you're not satisfied, then you're not fated with this thing." Previously, in his purchase with No Loss store, Lin Yuan had been acting like a big boss, be it during ordinary transactions or when he posted information about trades. Now, Lin Yuan did not expect to be treated like a big boss by someone else. First chapter. I'm going to write a big event soon. Perhaps it was because I was tired from typing for almost half a day in the hospital these 2 days, and my brain was a little muddy. Today, I used my cell phone to revise this chapter for the whole night and rewrote it twice. Sob, sob, sob. End of this chapter. Chapter 446. Lin Yuan finally understood why most of the people in front of this fat boss's stall were just watching the show and not going forward to trade. He wanted to make a deal with this fat boss, but his first offer wasn't enough. He didn't even have the chance to continue talking. "Boss, your fairy source-type life forms contract conditions are a little too difficult. If you can't get a pinnacle class 4 creation master to help, even if this source-type life form can be contracted, it will just be a defective product." When the fat boss heard Lin Yuan's words, he rolled his eyes. "If it weren't for the contract conditions, I wouldn't have taken out this fairy source-type life form to trade. But even if you can't find a pinnacle class 4 creation master, find a class 4 creation master and spend some effort to successfully form a contract with this fairy source-type life form." Lu Jie and Listen, who were standing beside Lin Yuan, were confused. He did not understand what kind of riddle Lin Yuan was playing with this stall owner. When Lin Yuan heard the fat boss's words, he shook his head, not agreeing with the fat boss's statement. Under True Data, the Burning Sunflower's contract conditions were very special. The fairy source-type life form, the Burning Sunflower, couldn't be directly contracted by spirit chi professionals. The spirit chi professionals had to slowly raise the burning sunflower like a normal fae. The burning sunflower would only reach its complete state when it reached bronze/legend quality. However, when the burning sunflower was nurtured to bronze/epic, spirit chi professionals would be able to contract it. However, choosing to contract the burning sunflower at bronze/epic quality was an extremely wasteful way to waste the burning sunflower's potential. At bronze/epic quality, if the contractor chose to contract the burning sunflower, then after the contract, the burning sunflower, which was originally in the shape of a dark green cactus, would bloom into a flame-like flower. Then a burning sunflower flower spirit was born from the flower. The burning sunflower that gave birth to the burning sunflower spirit would crystallize and become a place for the burning sunflower spirit to reside in. At the same time, the burning sunflower flower spirit that was born was normal level 1, normal quality. However, if it was at bronze/legend, the burning sunflower would grow to its complete state, and the spirit chi professional would form a contract with it. Then, the burning sunflower would grow 2 flame-like flowers, and the 2 flame-like flowers would give birth to 2 identical burning sunflower flower spirits, just like twins. These 2 identical burning sunflower flower spirits were also normal level 1, normal quality. It was just that these 2 identical burning sunflower flower spirits would share levels and willpower runes and could cast skills together. It could be said that when a contestant chose to contract a burning sunflower at bronze/legend quality, there was a world of difference between the burning sunflower and bronze/epic quality. In his opinion, no matter how suitable this fairy source-type life form, the burning sunflower was for Chu Ci if he could not let it reach its complete state before letting Chu Ci contract it. Then he would also give up decisively. Rather than compromise like this, it was better to choose a replacement who could fully display his strength. After Lin Yuan weighed the burning sunflower's value in his heart, he prepared to make a bid. The old man who had been squatting to check the mountain-containing embryo stood up and praised. This mountain-containing embryo is indeed something that can only be produced in Class 4 underground dimensional rifts. I will offer 2 young elemental shellfish for this mountain-containing embryo. The price of 2 young elemental shellfish is slightly higher than your mountain-containing embryo. Hearing that, the fat boss's face lit up. At the same time, Lin Yuan secretly cursed in his heart. He did not expect that the old man, who had been squatting on the ground to check the mountain-containing embryo, would actually make a bid after standing up and decide to exchange for it. Furthermore, the price he offered was clearly slightly higher than the price of the mountain-containing embryo itself. Under such circumstances, if Lin Yuan did not quickly speak up, this mountain-containing embryo would probably not be fated with him. Boss, do you accept elemental pearls here? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the fat boss immediately turned to look at Lin Yuan and asked in surprise, "You want to use elemental pearls to exchange for this fairy source-type life form?" The value of a single elemental pearl was far less than a fairy source-type life form. Compared to source-type life forms, the status of elemental pearls was obviously higher among foundational resources. After all, a single source-type life form had a lot of limitations and was only valuable to a small number of people. However, most fays in the world had nature attributes. Apart from a few spiritual type, blood type, and poison type fays, most fays that used elemental pearls at the point of evolution were very likely to enhance their nature attributes and even help them evolve. It could be said that the elemental pearl's versatility and functionality were not comparable to a single source-type life form with a lot of limitations. The old man, whom the fat boss addressed as Master Jing Lu, frowned slightly due to being interrupted, but he did not say anything. However, Lin Yuan's words made Master Jing Lu's brows furrow into a deep frown. I'm not using elemental pearls to exchange for this fairy source-type life form. When Lin Yuan spoke, he paused for a moment, and during this pause, the fat boss did not react. If you don't want to use elemental pearls to exchange for this fairy source-type life form, why are you asking me if I accept elemental pearls? However, when the fat boss heard Lin Yuan's words, he was in a bit of a dilemma. I want to use heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to exchange for your mountain-containing embryo. Lin Yuan's words made the surrounding onlookers exclaim out loud. The elemental pearls produced by the elemental shellfish required rich, high-purity spirit chi. Class 3 creation masters and above could help the elemental shellfish produce elemental pearls by concocting spirit fluids to stimulate spirit chi. However, the speed at which Class 3 creation masters made the elemental shellfish produce elemental pearls was simply too slow. Only Class 3 creation masters and above could normally stimulate elemental pearls. Taking out elemental pearls was not considered a great ability, but it was different to take out heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. This was the privilege of Class 4 creation masters and above. Moreover, a mountain-containing embryo would definitely require a lot of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to exchange for it. This could indirectly show that this masked youth must have powerful creation master resources behind him. The fat boss took a look at Master Jinglu and noticed that his brows were furrowed into a deep frown. He silently cursed in his heart. This Master Jinglu was an advanced Class 4 creation master. If he let Master Jinglu have a bad impression of him, it would not be worth it. However, compared to the elemental shellfish, the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were more attractive to the fat boss. Even if the fat boss held the elemental shellfish in his hands, it could only stimulate the production of elemental pearls at most. The prerequisite of stimulating the production of elemental pearls was the investment of creation master resources. Second chapter. End of this chapter. Chapter 447. Even if these creation master resources were not used to nurture the elemental pearls and enhance the phase quality, the returns would not be inferior to the value of using the elemental shellfish to nurture the elemental pearls. Therefore, the fat boss was still more inclined to exchange for the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with Lin Yuan. However, this would inevitably offend Master Jinglu. Master Jinglu's temper was not good, and he was famous for distinguishing between love and hate. Those who were recognized by Grandmaster Jinglu would treat them like family. However, those who were hated by Master Jinglu would never be soft-hearted when taking revenge. The fat boss's eyes turned, and he had a plan. If he traded this mountain-containing embryo to this masked youth in exchange for the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, it might cause Master Jinglu to have a bad opinion of him. However, if he could let Master Jinglu have the least opinion of him and transfer his hatred to this masked youth, it would be worth it to exchange for the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. This masked youth was willing to exchange the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls for the mountain-containing embryo. It meant that the mountain-containing embryo was very important to this masked youth. The fat boss didn't answer Lin Yuan's question directly. Instead, he looked at Lin Yuan and blinked twice at him. When Lin Yuan saw the fat boss blink at him, he understood what he meant. When Master Jinglu stood up, Lin Yuan saw the Class 4 creation master crest hanging on his chest. Among the 4 stars, the second star had risen high, which meant that Master Jinglu was an advanced Class 4 creation master. However, even if Master Jinglu was an advanced Class 4 creation master, Lin Yuan would not shrink back from this mountain-containing embryo that he had found with great difficulty. Instead, he made up his mind to exchange for the mountain-containing embryo. At the same time, Lin Yuan could not help but put his thoughts on the two infant elemental shellfish in Master Jinglu's hands. Lin Yuan thought to himself, if I can get these two infant elemental shellfish in Master Jinglu's hands, that would be after I induce these two infant elemental shellfish to mutate in the spirit lock spatial zone. These two mutated elemental shellfish could produce a large number of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. By then, the resources that I could use would increase exponentially. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said to the fat boss, "Yes, sir. I'm willing to exchange 200 heavenly maiden-level elemental pearls produced by the scorching elemental shellfish for this mountain-containing embryo." The fat boss's face was immediately filled with surprise when he heard this. But then the fat boss quickly hid the joyful expression on his face and secretly looked at Master Jing Lu. Noticing that Master Jing Lu wasn't looking at him, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Master Jing Lu looked at Lin Yuan for a long time and sighed. "Little friend, give me this mountain-containing embryo, and I will help you raise that source-type life form, the burning sunflower, to bronze/epic after the transaction. How about it?" Master Jing Lu's words caused a commotion among the onlookers. F***CK. What was going on? Was this a deal between the big shots? Just bidding for a chance to raise a source-type life form's quality to bronze/epic. What kind of godly operation is this? As expected of an advanced Class 4 creation master, his first move is already a chance to upgrade the source-type life form to bronze/epic. He didn't even take out the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl. What if there isn't one? As soon as the woman's voice rang out, everyone looked at her, as if they were looking at an idiot. Would anyone in the world dare to lie and swindle a Class 4 creation master in front of a Class 4 creation master? Upon hearing Master Jing Lu's words, Lin Yuan shook his head. Master Jing Lu, the Mount Rongshan embryo, is related to the improvement of my strength. With Grandmaster status, you naturally know how rare the mountain-containing embryo is. Just like Grandmaster, since I have encountered it, I will naturally do my best to take it and not let it go. After saying that, Lin Yuan cupped his fists and bowed to Master Jing Lu to express his apology. Master Jing Lu sighed again. When he heard that, he looked at Lin Yuan with a somewhat complicated gaze. Originally, Master Jing Lu was quite disgusted with this young man who suddenly interrupted the situation and snatched the mountain-containing embryo that he was about to obtain. But in this kind of bidding, it was just a competition of who could bring out better items. In Master Jing Lu's opinion, if it were up to him, even if the value of 2 infant elemental shellfish and 200 heavenly maiden-level elemental pearls were equivalent, he would still be able to make a profit. He would also not hesitate to choose 200 heavenly maiden-level elemental pearls instead of 2 infant elemental shellfish. Therefore, Master Jing Lu had offered to raise the source-type life form, the burning sunflower, to bronze/epic to fight for it. After hearing that he was directly rejected, a surge of anger surged in Master Jing Lu's heart. However, this masked youth's attitude towards him was very polite and respectful. This made it hard for Master Jing Lu to vent the anger in his heart. It had to be said that Lin Yuan's neither servile nor overbearing attitude and polite attitude had indeed given Master Jing Lu a little favorable impression. However, this favorable impression and disgust counterbalanced each other, and there was more disgust instead. Therefore, Master Jing Lu still felt a little displeased when he looked at Lin Yuan. "Forget it. I only want this mountain-containing embryo for the pure and massive earth element energy in it and the aura of the earth vein origin. Since I'm not fated with this mountain-containing embryo, I'll go back and induce the 2 infant elemental shellfish to mutate into thick earth elemental shellfish and cultivate the heavenly maiden-level elemental pearls myself. As for the aura of the earth vein's origin, this old man will think of a way. It's not that I have to accept the earth embryo. When Lin Yuan heard Master Jinglu's words, he suddenly felt that Master Jinglu was rather cute. At the same time, Lin Yuan found that Master Jinglu seemed to be a hidden chatterbox, as he spoke a lot. The last part of his sentence sounded like he was borrowing a manga book from a classmate at school, but the classmate wouldn't lend it to him. He clearly wanted to read manga, but he said that he had something to read, and that he didn't care about reading manga. What an aged tsundere! Lin Yuan was still thinking about the 2 infant elemental shellfish in Master Jinglu's hands. Upon hearing Master Jinglu say that he wanted to nurture earth-type elemental pearls, Lin Yuan hurriedly replied, "Master Jinglu, I still have some heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. I will also take out 200 of them. How about exchanging for the 2 infant elemental shellfish in Grandmaster's hands? Take it as a token of my apology." Master Jinglu, who was still a little unhappy with Lin Yuan, was stunned. What was the meaning of this masked kid? He actually wants to trade with me? Tips and updates for Magic Jellyfish. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. End of chapter. Chapter 448. He had just snatched the mountain-containing embryo from his hands, and now he was eyeing the 2 infant elemental shellfish in his hands. He was simply too savage. However, although Master Jinglu was somewhat resistant in his heart, his body was 100% willing. Even if he was an advanced Class 4 creation master and wanted to hasten the thick earth elemental shellfish to produce 200 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, he wouldn't be able to do so. However, it would take a lot of effort and a lot of time. Furthermore, the young man had said that he wanted to apologize to him. He would use 200 heavenly maiden-level pearls to exchange for his 2 infant elemental shellfish. It was simply too sincere. Master Jinglu said directly, "This old man sees that you're not bad." Since that's the case, this old man agrees to the exchange, and will still help you raise this source-type life form, burning sunflower, to bronze/epic. Lin Yuan hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. "Thank you for your kindness, Master. However, I won't trouble you with such a small matter. If Master needs more heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in the future, you can look for me directly." After saying that, he flipped his hand. He took out a large brocade box from the amber button-shaped diamond phase storage box and handed it to Master Jinglu. Master Jinglu took it and opened it. He didn't even count it before closing the brocade box. The pearlescent light is restrained internally, and the light is restrained externally. The color pores are warm and translucent, and the earth element fills the color pores. The heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls you took out can be considered top tier. After saying that, Master Jinglu took out his cell phone and took the initiative to ask Lin Yuan for his cell phone number. He then placed the 2 young elemental shellfish into a platinum phase storage box and handed it to Lin Yuan. He did not check the 2 young elemental shellfish in the platinum phase storage box. He placed the 2 platinum phase storage boxes that contained the young elemental shellfish into the amber button-shaped diamond phase storage box. Seeing this, Master Jinglu laughed and said, "You're not bad. I like you." With that, he turned around and left the stall. At that moment, Lin Yuan realized that the onlookers, the fat stall owner, and Lu Jie were looking at him as if they were looking at a god. Lin Yuan was rather helpless and simply took out another brocade box. This brocade box was also filled with 200 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Lin Yuan handed the brocade box to the fat boss. Then Lin Yuan looked at the fairy source-type life form, the burning sunflower, and asked the fat boss, Boss, I don't know what resources I can offer to exchange for this source-type life form. As Lin Yuan spoke, he stretched out his hand and touched the back of his head. After exchanging for 2 young elemental shellfish and the mountain-containing embryo, Lin Yuan realized that he had become a pauper. The heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that he had collected in the spirit-lock spatial zone were not absorbed by the twin red pagoda. Apart from giving Lu Jie and Listen 30 each, after spending another 400, he did not have any left. He had used these 400 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to exchange for plenty of strategic class resources. However, even if he starved to death, he would never sell these strategic resources again. Lin Yuan realized that the more resources he controlled, the more severe his hoarding habits became. Now that the good stuff was in his hands, he wouldn't feel the pinch no matter how he or his companions used it. However, if he were to trade it, he felt that it was no different from cutting off his own flesh. The fat boss no longer had the same indifferent expression as before. He hurriedly took the brocade box that Lin Yuan handed over and carefully opened the lid. Then, he counted the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in the brocade box one by one. After counting and confirming that there were no mistakes, the fat boss rubbed his fingertips as though he was still reminiscing the feeling of touching the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. The fat boss had a bright smile on his face, but the idea he had just made up in his mind made his flesh ache. Little brother, I'll give you this fairy source-type life form. I wonder if I can also exchange contact information with you. If I have good stuff in the future, I also want to exchange some heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls from you. Lin Yuan did not expect to encounter such a good thing. When did my cell phone number become so valuable? My contact information can actually be exchanged for a fairy source-type elemental life form. Lin Yuan now had 2 young elemental shellfish and could completely induce mutations in these 2 young elemental shellfish. He would let these 2 mutated elemental shellfish produce heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in the spirit-lock spatial zone. Then, he would use the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls as his own strategic resource reserve. In other people's eyes, Lin Yuan didn't make a profit and instead suffered a small loss. However, Lin Yuan felt that after nurturing these 2 young elemental shellfish and placing them in his spirit-lock spatial zone for a few days, they would grow rapidly. That way, he would be able to earn back all the money he had spent. Lin Yuan planned to nurture the 2 young elemental shellfish into thick earth shellfish and store a portion of the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. A portion of it was used to feed the source sand. In fact, if Lin Yuan wanted to improve the fantasy breed source sand's quality, he did not have to use the mountain embryo mountain. There were many precious spiritual ingredients that could allow the source sand to evolve from fantasy eye to fantasy breed. However, the mountain-containing embryo was a strategic class treasure that had been formed after a Class 4 underground dimensional rift had devoured a mountain range. After countless years of underground evolution, it had become a strategic class treasure. The mountain-containing embryo contained the ability to transform mountains. This kind of evolving ability was compatible with the 2 willpower runes that the source sand had fused with. The source sand could slowly comprehend and absorb it. Lin Yuan wanted to use the mountain-containing embryo to improve the source sand's quality from fantasy to enhance the source sand's ability to transform. Although it would require a lot of resources, Lin Yuan felt that it was worth it to increase the source sand's strength. However, he felt that it was worth it to increase his phase strength. The fat boss's heartache from giving away a source-type life form had already disappeared. In the fat boss's opinion, this masked youth had taken out 400 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in front of his stall. In the fat boss's opinion, this masked youth had taken out 400 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in front of his stall. There was a saying that went, "When a bowl of water is full, The part that spills out is called the foundation. The 400 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that this masked youth had casually taken out were actually the foundation. The 400 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that this masked youth had casually taken out were obviously the resources that could be used at will. It was obvious that this masked youth's background was the overflowing resources that could be used at will. It was a great benefit to have a relationship with such a person. Even if he could not obtain any substantial help, just having a stable channel to exchange for heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls was already a huge profit. First more, end of this chapter. Chapter 449. After the transaction was completed, Lin Yuan was in a good mood. He could finally start enhancing the source sand's quality. At the same time, Lin Yuan sensed Red Thorn, which was feasting on the gold water world dimensional life form's flesh in the leaf-shaped diamond phase storage box. He could not bear to look at it. Lin Yuan suddenly began to reflect in his heart. Am I still a good father to Red Thorn if I let it eat such smelly things? Lu Jia and Listen communicated with their eyes. Lu Jia saw Listen winking at him and simply said, I've laid my cards on the table. I laid my cards on the table. I didn't get anything. After saying that, he took out the golden silk brocade pouch containing 30 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Upon hearing that, Listen also took out the golden silk brocade pouch containing 30 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Me too. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan asked, Are there no suitable resources to exchange? Lu Jia and Listen nodded and then shook their heads. Then, Listen took the lead to speak. Even if the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls are relatively precious strategic class resources, they can only be exchanged for resources of the same level. I don't think it's a good deal. Lu Jia also echoed. I feel the same way. Compared to those strategic resources of the same level, the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls are more convenient to circulate. It's better to keep the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in your hands. Upon hearing Lu Jia and Listen's words, Lin Yuan finally understood what the problem was. He had not taken the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls too seriously and used their advantage to exchange for resources of the same strategic value. This was because he knew how easy it was for him to obtain the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. As long as he lay in bed and slept, he could pick up a few in the Spirit Lock spatial zone the next day. However, Listen and Lu Jia looked at the value of the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls from a normal person's point of view. With such a comparison, Lin Yuan felt that he was really a spendthrift. However, immediately after, Lin Yuan found that the conversation between Listen and Lu Jia was somewhat magical. Both of them had an awkward expression on their faces. Lu Jia said in a low, muffled voice, In that case, the two of us didn't exchange for anything. It's a draw. Listen heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Lu Jia's words, but Lu Jia's words made him cough. Since we didn't complete it, it's counted as both of us losing. Listen looked dumbfounded at Lu Jia and asked, Brother Lu, why don't you think that both of us won? Since we didn't exchange for anything, it means we lost. Since we didn't get anything, it means that we've lost. If we lose, we'll be punished together. Listen asked, looking at Lu Jia suspiciously. Brother Lu, is it because you like to eat spicy food? So you want me, a person who loves to eat sour food, to eat spicy food with you? Jia, Lu said. Even if I love spicy food, I won't eat a platinum devil pepper. God, listen, Lu demon, listen Yang. Lu, listen, said. Listen Lu san that. Su, time, listen, time. Listen, God. Lin Yuan God, time. Ling Lin. Thorn. Lin listen. Jia. Listen. Since Big Brother Lu is so fair, we have to keep our promise about not drinking milk and drinking iced Coke after eating. However, The two of them must have made a bet again, and the bet was about the platinum devil pepper. He felt that Listen and Lu Jie were really warriors. Lin Yuan could eat spicy food, but he would sweat all over when he ate something too spicy, and his stomach would feel like it was on fire. Once he ate a platinum demon pepper, his stomach would probably explode like a volcano even if they each took half. And the worst thing would be the next morning when he went to the toilet, his *SS would probably fly off. Lin Yuan still remembered that Lu Jie had eaten 30 cool sour lemons in a bet with Listen and had eaten millet porridge for several days. For Listen and Lu Jie's sake, Lin Yuan naturally had to persuade them. However, after some persuasion, he saw that Lu Jie and Listen were determined. Lin Yuan could only helplessly think of a good idea. Why don't I get you to juice the platinum demon pepper when we go back and mix it with honey to make lollipops for the two of you? This way, the sweetness can offset some of the spiciness. At that moment, Listen and Lu Jie looked at Lin Yuan and felt that he was a demon. If they swallowed half of the platinum demon pepper quickly, their mouths would be satisfied. If they made it into lollipops and held it for more than 10 minutes, their lips would probably swell bigger than their heads. They could only walk with their heads down and prevent their swollen lips from falling forward. At that moment, Lu Jie and Listen looked at each other and directly abandoned the fairness and integrity in their hearts as they spoke. They said, "I think since it's a draw, it's a win-win situation." "Yes, I think so too." Lin Yuan raised his brows and thought to himself, "Do these two think that when used lollipops are not enough?" Lin Yuan scratched his head and was a little puzzled. He felt that it was delicious when he ate it. Lin Yuan was now a pauper, so he naturally did not have the mood to continue shopping in the Indigo Azure Sea Market. Otherwise, if he saw good things but could not buy them, it would simply be looking for trouble. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "It's still early. It's still early. Why don't we go to the shallow coastal sea to take a look? Let's see what secrets are hidden in the shallow coastal sea that the third lineage of the Zhong family is so concerned about." Upon hearing that, Listen's heart trembled. In this world, probably no one wanted to know more than Listen what secrets the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's nearshore shallow sea had. Listen had always wanted to know if the deaths of his loved ones had anything to do with the secret of the coastal sea. Upon sensing the change in Listen's expression, Lu Jie patted his shoulder and spoke in a deep voice. "Our Radiance 100 has just sent a notification that the active period of the dimensional rift has been researched by a few Class 5 scholars. It will be 1 or 2 days earlier than expected. Therefore, it's best to complete the investigation of this coastal sea within a day or two. Otherwise, there might be unforeseen events during the active period of the dimensional rift." After listening to Lu Jie's information, Lin Yuan lamented that he had a Radiance 100 sequence member like Lu Jie by his side. It was really convenient to always know some news in advance. On the other hand, he was lamenting that he didn't have much time left. Under Listen's guidance, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie arrived near the shallow coastal sea where the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was located. As soon as they arrived at the shallow coastal sea near the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yuan's expression instantly became serious. As soon as he smelled the scent, Lin Yuan knew that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's shallow coastal sea was really unusual. Second, more, seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 450. This shallow nearshore sea actually had such a fishy smell. Lin Yuan was simply too familiar with this unique fishy smell. It was the smell of the water, world dimensional life forms, flesh, and blood rotting. At this time, the sea breeze on the coast was very strong. Any smell would be taken hundreds of meters away in an instant, and then disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye. However, the sea breeze could not cover up the smell of the water world dimensional life forms' flesh and blood rotting on the shore. This meant that there were a large number of water world dimensional life forms rotting on the shore of this shallow nearshore sea. Just as Lin Yuan's expression became more and more serious, Lu Jie frowned and said, "Could it be that a water world dimensional rift has just opened on the shore? Could it be that a water world dimensional rift has just opened on the shore? Why are there so many water world dimensional life forms, flesh and blood rotting on the shore?" While speaking, Lu Jie looked at the calm seaside, not far away, and his frown deepened. The sparkling waves on the surface of the sea rose. Obviously, there was no large-scale battle between phase and water world dimensional life forms in the sea at this time. Listen pondered for a moment and said, "I've been here before I went to the royal capital, and nothing unusual happened." Listen was also wondering how many water world dimensional life forms, flesh and blood, were rotting together in such a wide space. Only then could they, who stood with their backs to the wind, smell such a pungent, fishy smell. Listen hurriedly took out 3 light cyan wax slices from his diamond-faced storage box and handed them to Lin Yuan and Lu Jie. "These are shards of the mirage aura coral. Put the shards in your hands and cover your nose. It can use the mirage aura emitted by these shards to cover up the water world dimensional life form's rotten smell." At that moment, Listen saw Lin Yuan raise his hand and say, "Smell it. The water world dimensional life form's rotten smell is becoming fainter and fainter. Wait a little longer. If this smell can become fainter or disappear, we'll go up and take a look." Lin Yuan thought to himself, if the smell became fainter, it meant that a large number of water world dimensional life forms had just been slaughtered and then been swept to the shore by the current. The source sand stuck to the amber button-shaped diamond-faced storage box on Lin Yuan's cuff landed on the beach under his feet, turned into gravel, and drilled into the beach. Lu Jie noticed Lin Yuan's action and used his spiritual energy to summon the Insect Queen. After the Insect Queen was summoned, a small humanoid fairy sprang out of the throbbing purple flesh cocoon. It was the Insect Queen's main body, the fairy-type source-type life form. The Insect Queen had exquisite wings that were a combination of moth wings and transparent fleece wings. After the Insect Queen flew out of the purple flesh cocoon, it immediately hugged Lu Jie's neck and rubbed its little face against Lu Jie's neck. Lu Jie held the petite Insect Queen in front of him with his palm and said, "Pian-pian, Pian-pian, Pian-pian, we have to prepare for battle. Go spread out the sea of insects according to the A formation." Under Lu Jie's instructions, Insect Queen Pian-pian turned into a stream of light and entered the purple flesh cocoon. The purple flesh cocoon landed on the ground, and its body expanded to over 3 meters. There were many sac-like tubes that were unique to insect species phase. These sac-like pipes pulsated, and there seemed to be something flowing rapidly in the pipes. After transforming, the Insect Queen looked like an insect tribe's mother nest. The moment the Insect Queen transformed, the bayonet beetles that had been optimized by the cocoon of evolution evolved into flesh-mincing blade insects, one after another. They were being mass-produced at an extremely fast speed from the mother nest that was 3 meters away. Then, the shield ladybugs with thick armor and the plasma caterpillars with bluish-purple spikes on their bodies swarmed out. After these shield ladybugs were produced, they consciously guarded behind them. Then, the 2 pieces of thick armor on its back split open, forming an impenetrable wall. Under Lu Jie's command, they advanced toward the coast step by step. The plasma caterpillars consciously followed behind the shield ladybugs, adjusting the plasma in their bodies, ready to eject at any time. Meanwhile, The massive number of flesh-mincing blade insects that covered half of the beach all scuttled into the sand. Lin Yuan manipulated the source sand and could feel that every flesh-mincing blade insect under the sand was in an attack posture that was ready to attack. They would launch a swift and violent attack at any time according to Lu Jie's command. Immediately afterward, the insect queen's mother nest seemed to be stuck and trembled violently. When the insect queen that had transformed into the insect tribe's hive stopped trembling violently, nearly 100 lightning-gathering moths and hurricane owlet moths formed a swarm and flew out of the hole in the insect queen's mother nest. The lightning-gathering moths were only half the size of a palm, but they had a purple antenna on their heads that was about the same length as their bodies. The hurricane owlet moths were more than twice the size of the lightning-gathering moths, and their cyan butterfly wings had fine black patterns. The black patterns seemed to be able to absorb the light that drifted between heaven and earth, making the hurricane owlet moths fly at night forever. The moment the lightning-gathering moths appeared, the plasma caterpillars seemed to have found their backbone, and a large amount of plasma accumulated in their bodies spurted out. These plasma were directly drawn over by the lightning-gathering moths. A large amount of plasma filled the lightning-gathering moths with bluish-purple electric arcs. As the electric arcs jumped, the lightning-gathering moth's originally faint purple body became a deep purple. As the electric arcs flickered, the dark purple wings faintly carried a layer of silver luster. This layer of silver luster was the unique characteristic of the lightning-gathering moths when the thunder energy in their bodies had reached saturation. In less than a minute, Lu Jie had the insect queen set up the battlefield. If the insect swarm was compared to a war machine, then each insect unit produced by the insect queen would be like a small part of this huge war machine. These small parts had their respective positions and responsibilities, making the war machine-like insect C operate with the fastest and most precise efficiency. Lu Jie, who was beside Lin Yuan, was the heart of this insect swarm and the only commander. After setting up the insect C, the insect queen's mother nest shrank into a purple flesh cocoon again. Lu Jie took out a gold protein cocoon chrysalis from the diamond Fei storage box and fed it to the insect queen. He let the insect queen replenish the energy it had consumed to create the insect swarm. The insect queen flew up with the protein cocoon chrysalis that Lu Jie handed over and gently kissed Lu Jie's face. Then it glanced at Lin Yuan and listened as though it was afraid to see strangers and burrowed into the purple flesh cocoon. It began to enjoy the gold protein cocoon chrysalis alone. Lin Yuan had experienced how shy Lu Jie's insect queen was when he had been in the mansion. Feeling the flesh-mincing blade insects lurking underground, Lin Yuan's mind suddenly gave birth to a strange idea. Tips and updates for Magic Jason. Looking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Buttons are still in the hospital. Tips that I owe will be returned slowly. Sob, sob, sob. End of this chapter. Chapter 451. Apart from energy, producing so many insect species phase required a lot of protein. How much protein was needed? Lu Jie could really afford it. At the same time, Lin Yuan's source sand was not idle. This was the shore. Although there were many reefs, most of the sandy beach under their feet was sea sand. Therefore, it was very easy for the source sand to produce sand. However, Lin Yuan found that the sand on the shore was wet. After being soaked in seawater, the weight of the sand would increase. Therefore, it was far less convenient to control the wet sand as it was to control the dry sand. At that moment, Zhou Luo, whom Lin Yuan had previously notified, had also arrived. The shield ladybugs spawned by Lu Jie's insect queen had now gathered on the shore with their backs erected, forming a solid wall. Only a few shield ladybugs were still around for protection. When Zhou Luo saw the large group of insect species phase on the shore, especially the shield ladybugs, lightning-gathering moths, and plasma caterpillars, he immediately thought of a person. Not long ago, the heart of insect swarm Lugia, who had just returned to the Radiance 100 sequence and was ranked 30th. When Zhou Luo first met Lugia, Lugia was also wearing a strange mask. Although Zhou Luo had seen Lugia's true appearance, a low-class king-class expert like Zhou Luo, who had been running around to upgrade phase all year round, rarely had time to stay on StarWeb. At first, Zhou Luo only felt that Lugia looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Zhou Luo only thought that Lugia might look familiar and did not think much about it. However, he did not expect Lugia to be the Radiance 100 sequence's 30th prodigy. Along the way, Zhou Luo was afraid that riding a flying fae to this shallow nearshore sea would be too eye-catching and be targeted by people with ulterior motives. Originally, the Guild Alliance branch that Zhou Luo had inquired about was near this shallow nearshore sea, so he jogged all the way over. Lin Yuan asked when he saw Zhou Luo arrive, "Has the lava iguana reached Diamond?" Upon hearing that, Zhou Luo's eyes were full of gratitude. "Young master, the lava iguana has now relied on the flawless dragon's mouth orchid flowers you gave and that tube of diamond dragon species fey blood to awaken its dragon species bloodline and evolve into a lava dragon lizard. At the same time, with the bloodline awakening energy, it has successfully reached Diamond." Having said that, Zhou Luo summoned the evolved lava dragon lizard. The lava dragon lizard belonged to the giant iguana species and had evolved from Zhou Luo's original 6-meter-long lava iguana. At present, the lava dragon lizard's body was nearly 12 meters long. Although it wasn't considered a huge lizard fae among the giant lizard species faes, the lava dragon lizard's body was much larger than the lava dragon lizard. But it could be ranked in the middle. The lava dragon lizard had 2 heads. One head was of the earth element, while the other was of the fire element. However, when the energies of the 2 heads collided, the earth and fire attributes fused together, turning it into surging magma. The lava Japalura's spiritual intelligence was not low. It also knew that other than its contractor, Zhou Luo, it had received someone else's grace for it to be able to have its current transformation. Therefore, the lava dragon lizard lowered its 2 heads in front of Lin Yuan. Fays that had awakened the dragon species bloodline were usually arrogant, and it was rare to see a situation like the lava dragon lizard. Seeing this, Zhou Luo used his hands to stroke the lava dragon lizard's neck like a feather duster. He watched as his former partner, the iron-bone iguana, mutated and evolved all the way into the current lava dragon lizard. Zhou Luo couldn't help but think of Freezing Cold, who had insulted him in the purchase with no loss store. Time had changed, and less than 10 days had passed. Zhou Luo could now say that his talent had completely surpassed Freezing Cold. 2 lizard species fays had awakened the dragon species bloodline. Among them, the dark snake dragon lizard had awakened the dragon species bloodline at bronze. As long as there was enough time to grow, the lava dragon lizard and the dark snake dragon lizard's grades would increase. Then, he would be able to go from the lowest position among king-class experts to the high-end combat power of king-class experts. Lin Yuan could completely understand Zhou Luo's joy. Lin Yuan was also someone who had climbed up from the dust, so he could still empathize with Zhou Luo's joy of metamorphosis. At that moment, the joy on Zhou Luo's face disappeared, and he said with a stern expression, "In the Guild Alliance, I didn't have to spend the slightest effort to find out a lot about this shallow nearshore sea. This coastal sea has been rumored to be a forbidden area in the Guild Alliance. Many spirit chi professionals have disappeared near this coastal sea. As the active period of the dimensional rift is approaching, the Guild Alliance did not inform the spirit guards to deal with it for now. Instead, we plan to wait until the active period of the dimensional rift ends before letting the spirit guards investigate this matter. The Guild Alliance has already sent a message to inform the Spirit Chi professionals not to come to this coastal sea to accept missions. Lin Yuan asked after hearing Zhou Luo's words. Have you heard any news from the Guild Alliance about the frequent appearance of decaying water world dimensional creature flesh on the shore of this shallow coastal sea? Zhou Luo replied after sorting out what he had seen in the Guild Alliance's branch. I heard from some adventurers that water world dimensional life forms flesh would occasionally appear before this coastal sea. Many Spirit Chi professionals don't think much of it. However, in the past 2 months, more and more water world dimensional creatures have appeared on the shore. Many people are guessing if there are any powerful fays in the sea, or if it's related to the upcoming active period of the dimensional rift. Lin Yuan immediately rejected the first guess after hearing Zhou Luo's words. If there were powerful fays in this water, would they come to the shore and frequently attack Spirit Chi professionals? However, Lin Yuan felt that it was somewhat reasonable to say that it was related to the active period of the dimensional rift. At that moment, there was no longer the smell of decaying water, world, dimensional life forms flesh in the wind. Lin Yuan took the lead and headed to the shore. After walking to the shore, Lin Yuan saw many places with black corrosion marks on the sandy beach on the shore. These corrosion marks were caused by the decay of the high-grade water, world, dimensional life forms flesh. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and summoned Red Thorn, which was feasting in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. After being summoned, Red Thorn was abnormally happy. The huge flower, which had some petals gill-like, blew and said, Lin Yuan, fish meat, delicious. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned when he heard Red Thorn's voice. Previously, Lin Yuan knew that Red Thorn could rely on this huge flower to blow the sound of its name. However, under the premise that Red Thorn's grade and quality had not increased, its ability to simulate sound had become much stronger. Could it be related to the gill-like transformation of Red Thorn's petals? However, Lin Yuan immediately reacted to what Red Thorn had just said. First chapter. End of this chapter. Chapter 452. Lin Yuan revealed a handsome and puzzled expression. As its father, it seemed that it was necessary for him to educate Red Thorn on what real fish meat was. How could such a smelly thing, like the flesh of a gold water world dimensional life form, be called fish meat? Immediately after, Lin Yuan thought that Red Thorn had taken the initiative to devour the water world dimensional life form's flesh in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Obviously, Red Thorn subconsciously had the impression that the flesh of the water world dimensional life forms was more to its taste. Lin Yuan scratched his head. Could it be that the smellier something was, the more Red Thorn liked to eat it? Lin Yuan saw that the red bough tied on Red Thorn's vine was a little dirty, so he simply untied the red bough from the vine. Then he replaced it with the new red ribbon that when you had specially made for Red Thorn and tied it into an exquisite double-layered bough. Red Thorn was so happy that it immediately blew on the 12 red flowers. It was like the sound of a naughty child casually tapping on the keyboard. It seemed that Red Thorn's musical talent should be communicated more with chimey. At that moment, the acid corrosion queen bee flew out of Red Thorn's mouth of relinquish. Just as it was about to land on Lin Yuan's shoulder, it was whipped to the ground by Red Thorn's vine. After being whipped to the ground, the acid corrosion queen bee hurriedly stayed far away from Lin Yuan. It obediently landed on Red Thorn's digestive cavity, which had degenerated into a sac, with a very obedient look. When Lin Yuan had summoned Red Thorn, Zhou Luo and Listen had only felt that the fae he had summoned looked very strange. However, after the acid corrosion queen bee flew out of the mouth of Relinquish, they looked at its appearance. Listen and Zhou Luo were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Wasn't this be like Fae, one of Black's many fays, which was the most popular on StarWeb? In that case, didn't this strange plant fae in front of them mean that it was Black's plant fae that could spread out a sea of flowers, and that many scholars had guessed, but had no specific conclusion? However, this strange plant fae seemed to have evolved and was completely different from its previous image on StarWeb. However, the mysterious Black on StarWeb had appeared in front of them, and it was still Lin Yuan. Previously, Listen and Zhou Luo had only known that Lin Yuan was the purchase with no lost stores owner. He had powerful faction support and Emperor-class experts by his side. This powerful foundation had made Listen and Zhou Luo ignore Lin Yuan's strength, and he had never taken the initiative to show it. But now that he knew that Lin Yuan was StarWeb's most mysterious hero, young Black, he felt like crying. Only then did Listen and Zhou Luo realize that apart from his deep foundation, Lin Yuan was also so powerful. Not only had he ascended the celestial stairway with consecutive victories on StarWeb, but he had also not suffered a single defeat on the celestial stairway. It could even be said that his combat power had faintly reached the standard of the Radiance 100 sequence. The sudden discovery of this secret made Listen and Zhou Luo feel a little magical. At that moment, Lin Yuan looked at the seaside and commanded Red Thorn. Red Thorn, cover the sea of flowers. After hearing Lin Yuan's instructions, Red Thorn scattered its spores to the coast through the huge spore cavity on the mouth of Relinquish. Under Red Thorn's command, the spores scattered along the coast did not grow into vines. Instead, they grew into several small spore cavity-shaped child ramets. These small spore cavity-shaped child ramets kept spraying spores. All of a sudden, the blinking eyes of Relinquish on Red Thorn's body closed. Through the roots connected to these child ramets, the few eyes of Relinquish were directly transmitted into the spore cavity-shaped child ramets. Then Red Thorn and the spore cavity child ramets sprayed a large amount of spores into the sea. One by one, the nibbling vines sprang out from the shore, growing into the sea one after another. These growing vines would open the sharp teeth on the vines to absorb the seawater. Then, the spores sprayed out from the spore cavity in the seawater would be injected into the mud and sand at the bottom of the sea through the hollow vines. Relying on these methods, a large number of vines formed a sea of flowers that spread in all directions at the bottom of the sea. Lin Yuan could feel the speed at which Red Thorn spread the sea of flowers in the sea, and could not help but frown slightly. Red Thorn's spores had always been small and light in order to be easy to spread in the air. However, these small and light spores became a disadvantage in the seawater. The rapid waves would instantly sweep away the small and light spores like Red Thorn. Even with the help of the vines, the spreading speed was still very slow. After all, the vines could only grab a small number of spores. Lin Yuan thought to himself, "It seems that if I want to increase Red Thorn's ability to fight under the sea in the future, I have to let Red Thorn strengthen the spore cavity again. This will allow the spores released from the spore cavity to be divided into two states. One was suitable for spreading in the air, while the other was suitable for spreading in the seawater. A portion of the spores that Red Thorn had injected into the soil by the vines in the sea had also been developed into spore cavity-shaped child ramets. However, when these child ramets also released spores, the spores would be directly swept to the surface of the sea by the surging waves at the bottom of the sea. Since Red Thorn had not devoured enough gold water world dimensional life forms, the ability to breathe underwater was well inherited to the child ramets. Therefore, the sea of flowers that Red Thorn spread in the sea did not have as powerful a combat ability as on land. However, it was undoubtedly enough to use the sea of flowers as Lin Yuan's eyes in the sea. Since there was a high possibility of danger in this sea region, he didn't dare to act recklessly. In that case, he would not easily go into the water before exploring this sea region clearly. As the sea of flowers continued to spread, Lin Yuan was surprised to find that there was not the slightest vitality in this shallow nearshore sea. The sea of flowers that Red Thorn had spread out wasn't small. However, Lin Yuan did not see any trace of the many shellfish fays that Listen had mentioned, the beak-billed spiny fish and the shell-eating armored turtles that fed on shellfish fays. Since the beak-mouthed spiny fish had not been discovered, it was impossible for the tail-cutting shadow sharks, which fed on the beak-mouthed spiny fish, to remain in this area. He just didn't know that the group of tail-cutting shadow sharks left because there were no beak-billed spiny fish to feed on in this area. Or were they expelled or killed by something else in the sea? Lin Yuan asked Listen, who was standing beside him with a shocked expression on his face. When you came to look at this coastal sea before you left, did you enter the sea to check the shellfish fays in the sea region? When Listen heard Lin Yuan's words, he didn't understand why Lin Yuan would ask this. Could there be something wrong with this sea? The 2 poisonous water conger eels that I left Indigo Azure City to look for you to enhance for me in the royal capital were caught in this sea region. Second, more requesting recommendation votes and monthly votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 453. Listen recalled for a while and said again. At that time, there were layers of shellfish fays, and those 2 poisonous water conger eels always scuttled into a large patch of shellfish fays to hide their figures. When I sent people to capture them, it really took a lot of effort. Upon hearing Listen's words, Lin Yuan was certain that this sea region had lost its vitality. It had all happened within the last 3 months. Lin Yuan had always felt that Red Thorn's eye of relinquished consumption rate was a little too fast. At first, he had only treated it as the normal consumption of spreading the sea of flowers in the sea. After all, he had never commanded Red Thorn to launch an attack in the sea before. Through Red Thorn's sea of flowers, he sensed the state of the seabed and suddenly realized something. The nibbling vines were rooted at the bottom of the sea, and only the nibbling vines that were close to the shore could absorb energy from the bottom of the sea. The further it was from the shore, the less energy it could absorb from the sea. The energy at the bottom of the sea, which was a kilometer away from the shore, seemed to have been completely extracted by something. There was not a trace of energy left, causing the entire seabed to become abnormally barren. As he pondered, he let Red Thorn continue to consume the eye of Relinquish to release spores in this sea region. Slowly, the eye of Relinquish on Red Thorn's body was gradually depleted. However, a portion of Red Thorn's sea of flowers had already exceeded the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's coastal sea. Lin Yuan's perception ability had become extremely poor in the distant sea. However, Lin Yuan could sense that Red Thorn's nibbling vines in the other sea regions were absorbing some weak flesh energy. That weak flesh energy feedback might be that the nibbling vines had captured a fish-type fey through simple grabbing. This meant that there was vitality in the other sea regions, and it was only in the sea region where the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was located that there was no vitality. The Zheng family had suddenly taken action against the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce 3 months ago. The Zheng family was one of the 3 great families in Indigo Azure City. Since the Zheng family's 3rd lineage placed so much importance on this coastal sea, they would naturally investigate it. Therefore, it was impossible for the Zheng family's 3rd lineage not to know that the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's coastal sea no longer had abundant shellfish fays. The Zheng family was so determined to obtain this nearshore shallow sea that was completely barren and had no shellfish fays. This meant that the 3rd lineage of the Zheng family must have grasped the secret of why this coastal sea had become so barren. Before Lin Yuan could think about it carefully, he suddenly sensed a drastic change in Red Thorn's sea of flowers in the distant sea. Red Thorn's sea of flowers seemed to be entangled by a large number of things in an instant. These unknown things wrapped around and nibbled at the sea of flowers formed by the vines. He could feel a large amount of flesh energy being plundered by the things entangling the sea of flowers formed by the nibbling vines. The speed at which this thing plundered vitality shocked Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Jia and nodded at him with a serious expression. Lu Jia immediately commanded the flesh-mincing blade insects lurking in the sea of sand to emerge one after another. Under Lu Jia's command, these flesh-mincing blade insects happily lined up and entered Red Thorn's mouth of relinquish, like a group of sows lining up to jump into a ditch, neat and orderly. Red Thorn was not afraid, and its tongue of relinquish secreted a large amount of acid used to digest the alien insect's dimensional flesh. It helped Red Thorn's mouth of relinquish digest these flesh-mincing blade insects and quickly extracted energy from their flesh. Just like that, Zhou Luo and Lisan's eyelids twitched wildly. Lin Yuan used the energy obtained by Red Thorn from digesting the flesh-mincing blade insects to urge the Sea of Flowers to counterattack. However, the more it counterattacked, the more serious Lin Yuan's eyes became. Red Thorn's Sea of Flowers, which had always been successful, was obviously not a match at this time. Lin Yuan could feel that the things fighting with Red Thorn were becoming more and more numerous. However, Lin Yuan found that the things fighting with Red Thorn did not seem to know how to move, or were very clumsy. As Red Thorn kept receiving attacks in the battle, the flesh energy in the Sea of Flowers was also absorbed by this thing at a faster rate. Moreover, this unknown creature's absorption of the Sea of Flowers had even affected Red Thorn's Ortet, which was connected to the Ortet through these child ramets. Lin Yuan hurriedly let Red Thorn devour the remaining energy in the Sea of Flowers. Immediately after, Lin Yuan closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Through his perception of the Sea of Flowers just now, there seemed to be countless thorns piercing into each of the entangling vines. Through these thorns, the flesh energy in the vines was quickly plundered in large amounts. The counterattack of the vines did not seem to have the slightest effect. This was because Lin Yuan did not feel that the vines had absorbed any flesh energy when they counterattacked. Lin Yuan thought to himself, could it be that there was a large group of unknown creatures far away from the coast that caused this coastal sea to become so barren? But if that was the case, why did that group of unknown creatures not migrate when this shallow nearshore sea was already so barren? Why did they still stay in the depths of this shallow nearshore sea? Through the battle just now, Lin Yuan could determine that this group of unknown creatures' thorns' attack power was not considered strong. What was truly powerful was the speed at which these unknown creatures devoured energy. These thorns' attack power should not be able to beat the tail-cutting shadow shark. They could not even pierce the thorns of the beak-billed spiny fish that fed on shellfish phase. Lu Jia asked worriedly when he saw the expression on Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan, did you discover something bad? Lin Yuan opened his eyes, shook his head, and then nodded. The discovery obtained from Red Thorn's Sea of Flowers at the bottom of the sea couldn't be considered a bad discovery. This was because the things that devoured the energy of the vines should have nothing to do with the flesh of high-level water world dimensional creatures that appeared on the shore. However, the destruction of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's coastal sea resources was definitely not considered good news. All of a sudden, he thought of the life form's energy-plundering speed, the barren seabed, and the life form's immobility. Lin Yuan immediately thought of a possibility. If it was really as he thought, Lin Yuan could only say that he was really the reincarnation of the god of fortune. He had truly encountered a blessing this time. Lu Jia was a little confused by Lin Yuan shaking his head and then nodding his head. Then he heard Lin Yuan say, "That's right. Brother Lu, let your hurricane owlet moths take me to the sea 3,000 meters away from the shore." The place where Red Thorn's Sea of Flowers had just been attacked was nearly 3,000 meters away from the shore. whether it was a blessing or a danger, Lin Yuan felt that he needed to go into the sea to be sure. First, more. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 454. Anyway, Lin Yuan knew that the Mother of Bloodbath was protecting him, and that his master, the Moon Empress, had given him the extreme token. Even if there was danger, he would be able to respond immediately. Moreover, the danger 3,000 meters from the shore should not be higher than the Mother of Bloodbath's suzerain/myth 2 strength, right? While talking to Lu Jia, Lin Yuan was also a little embarrassed. Lu Jia, listen. And Zhou Luo did not seem to have a flying fae that they could ride. Now that they needed the ability to fly, they had to rely on the moths produced by Lu Jia's insect queen. Although Lin Yuan could rely on the source sand's feathers made of day and night spirit silver to form 4 wings to fly in the air, the 4 wings formed by the day and night spirit silver were only for defense. However, the 4 wings formed by the day and night spirit silver could only be used for defense. As for flight, it relied on the weightlessness of the day and night spirit silver. However, the sea breeze was so strong that Lin Yuan's C-rank spirit chi, professional spiritual power, could control the 4 wings formed by the day and night spirit silver. It was very likely that Lin Yuan would become a kite with a broken string under the sea breeze. The insect queen's hurricane owlet moths had the ability to control the wind and would not be affected by the sea breeze at all. In fact, the sea breeze would even speed up the hurricane owlet moth's flying speed. The violent sea breeze was also one of the reasons why so many spirit chi professionals still did not dare to fly over the sea, even if they had wind-type faes. Lin Yuan had let the hurricane owlet moths fly over this sea area because he had explored this shallow coastal sea, and dared to do so with the protection of an expert like the Mother of Bloodbath. Lu Jia did not ask much after hearing Lin Yuan's request. He immediately commanded the 4 hurricane owlet moths to fly toward Lin Yuan. Lu Jia knew that Lin Yuan was not a rash person, so he must have found something for such a request. 2 black winged owlet moths grabbed onto Lin Yuan's shoulders, while the other 2 grabbed onto his waist from both sides. They took Lin Yuan into the air and headed toward the designated sea area according to Lin Yuan's instructions. Lin Yuan's 4 hurricane owlet moths controlled the wind energy to take him into the air and fly over the sea area. Looking at the vast sea, Lin Yuan was suddenly intoxicated by the sea's blue. Through the sea surface, Lin Yuan could see the seabed 100 meters below. The desolate seabed made the sea exceptionally vast. The lifeless silence of the sea contained a kind of boundless beauty. 100 rivers flowing east to the sea. When will they return to the west? The ocean was vast, and rivers converged from all directions, gathering water from all directions. At that moment, Lin Yuan seemed to have the feeling of flying in the clouds from the Xia region to Redbud City for the first time when he had taken a flying fae for the first time. Suddenly, Lin Yuan had a hint of enlightenment in his mind. The enlightenment in Lin Yuan's mind revealed a sense of inclusiveness and convergence, just like how the water in the ocean would never flow backward into the river. Even if the reddest water would return to the river, it would be through other means. When he recovered from this trace of enlightenment, he could not help but shake his head. When Lin Yuan was reading the book, he had a realization in his mind. However, this kind of comprehension was stuck at a critical point, and he had been unable to break through it. Lin Yuan had yet to fully comprehend the insights he had gained from reading the book, but he now had a trace of new enlightenment. This new insight was completely different from the one he had when he was reading the book. If he could completely comprehend these 2 insights, it would mean that he had 2 types of willpower runes. However, in Lin Yuan's opinion, although he had 2 kinds of insights, they were both stuck in his mind. Rather than that, Lin Yuan would rather sacrifice one kind of insight in exchange for the other to completely comprehend and condense a willpower rune. It was not that there was a barrier between the two kinds of insights that could not be pierced. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath's strange and pleasant voice rang in Lin Yuan's ears. "Congratulations on entering a state of epiphany just now." Upon hearing the mother of Bloodbath's congratulations, Lin Yuan's mouth hung a trace of a bitter smile. "I just entered a state of epiphany and obtained a trace of new insight. It is not a willpower rune. What is there to congratulate? Being hung by two kinds of insights is really a kind of sweet distress." When the mother of Bloodbath sensed Lin Yuan's bitter smile, it could not help but feel a little speechless. "Kid, you really don't take this state of epiphany seriously. Some people may not even have such an opportunity in their entire lives. Look at those spirit chi professionals. Their fays have reached diamond and legend, but they have been unable to become fantasy breeds because they have been unable to comprehend a willpower rune. Isn't there a lot of cases? They just lack a chance to enter a state of epiphany like this." Upon hearing the mother of Bloodbath's words, Lin Yuan was a little glad that he had not spoken out his true thoughts. Otherwise, the mother of Bloodbath would probably turn into the mother of lemons again and sour his scalp. Lin Yuan withdrew his thoughts and stopped thinking about these two kinds of insights in his mind. Instead, he said to the mother of Bloodbath, "Mother of Bloodbath, I will need your help in the sea later." The mother of Bloodbath's strange and pleasant voice replied, "Mother of Bloodbath, I will need your help in the sea later." The mother of Bloodbath's strange and pleasant voice replied, "Speak up. If you have anything to say, just say it. My fighting ability in the water isn't much weaker than on land. When I was still at Gold, it rained in the endless forest for 3 consecutive years. All the bird fays ran away, and the forest almost turned into a swamp. I sank into the swamp to catch fish. I found that these fish fays are much easier to catch than birds. It's just that the taste of the fish is not as good as the finger original chicken I ate a few days ago. Of course, the birds I ate before were all raw and not as good as the cooked finger original chicken." The mother of Bloodbath clearly had some recollection when it mentioned the finger original chicken. Lin Yuan had heard the mother of Bloodbath talk about what had happened when it was at Gold. It must have been a long time ago. Although the mother of Bloodbath said it casually, the 3 consecutive years of heavy rain must have made the mother of Bloodbath suffer a lot when it was at Gold. If it was not for the extreme lack of food, how could a tarantula change the diet engraved in its genes and catch fish underwater? The mother of Bloodbath had never talked about what had happened when it was at low grade before, but it mentioned it to Lin Yuan by chance this time. Those memories that it had thrown to the back of its mind slowly emerged in front of its eyes again. The mother of Bloodbath thought of eating and sleeping in the open before it transformed, and then thought about every bit of life in the mansion now that it had transformed into a human form. The bright red stingers on the mother of Bloodbath's legs could not help but tremble twice in joy. At that moment, if the mother of Bloodbath was not on Lin Yuan's skull but a coconut, the mother of Bloodbath must use its spider legs to break the coconut shell to express the joy in its heart. Second, more asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be updates tonight. End of this chapter. Chapter 455. The 4 hurricane owlet moths took Lin Yuan to the designated sea area and stopped flying. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to go into the sea. Instead, he summoned the gold green oxygen sea anemone that he had previously purchased from his amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box. Lin Yuan had placed the green oxygen sea anemone in the spirit lock spatial zone and nourished it with high-concentration spirit chi for nearly half an hour. Then he put it back into the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box. At that moment, The green oxygen sea anemone was in an excellent state. It was constantly stretching its short, light green tentacles and was very lively. When Lin Yuan put the green oxygen sea anemone upside down on his mouth and nose, he immediately felt the green oxygen sea anemone's unique fresh smell as a marine plant. Lin Yuan could not breathe in the sea, so he would rely on this gold-green oxygen sea anemone to create oxygen in the water. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and plunged into the sea. The ice-cold seawater made Lin Yuan shiver uncontrollably. Then he felt the powerful oxygen-creating function of the gold-green oxygen sea anemone. The large amount of oxygen produced by the gold-green oxygen sea completely isolated the seawater at Lin Yuan's mouth and nose. Lin Yuan sniffed the oxygen with the unique fragrance of marine plants. He felt that the oxygen produced by the gold-green oxygen sea anemone seemed to have a slightly higher oxygen content than the usual air. A higher-grade green oxygen sea anemone could probably be used as an oxygen cylinder to release pure oxygen in the sea. Lin Yuan looked down at the bottom of the sea. If the gold-green oxygen sea anemone had not automatically protected his mouth and nose after entering the sea, Lin Yuan's coughing action just now would have caused him to choke on a large amount of seawater and become full. When he had been on the sea, due to the fine waves on the sea, Lin Yuan could only see the desolate bottom of the sea, which was almost all the same color. However, he could not look carefully and could not see what was at the bottom of the sea. Looking down at the bottom of the sea in front of him, Lin Yuan felt his scalp go numb. The bottom of the sea was filled with endless lotus flowers that looked like they were carved out of white bones. These lotus flowers were not the white of ordinary bones, but the color of the grayish-white dead coral at the bottom of the sea. The bone lotus flowers were stacked on top of each other, blooming layer by layer. The higher the top of the bone lotus flower, the more pale it was. The bone lotus flower stretched as far as the eye could see, and the seabed of this sea seemed to be a desolate and beautiful bone lotus hell. However, the bone lotus hell's strange beauty gave him goosebumps in the ice-cold seawater. This kind of strange beauty under nature was beautiful to the heart and soul. In the endless sea region, Lin Yuan could not sense the existence of any life forms. Only the white bone lotuses in the sea were gently opening and closing. When the bone lotus flower opened and closed, the center of the flower emitted a cold glint. This cold glint must be the sharp thorns that Lin Yuan sensed had pierced into the vines. As he looked at the endless bone lotus flower, Lin Yuan knew why the sea of flowers formed by red thorns nibbling vines didn't absorb any flesh energy during the fight. At that moment, Lin Yuan was wrapped in ecstasy. It seemed that he really was the reincarnation of the great fortune god. He had actually guessed correctly about the things in the sea. However, he still needed to use Morbius True Data to make a final confirmation. He used Morbius True Data to investigate the endless seabed lotus flowers at the bottom of the sea. Fey name, sea burial lotus derivative. Fey species, marigold species / waterbone lotus species. Fey grade, silver 4 out of 10. Fey type, wood fey quality, elite under Morbius True Data. The bone lotus flower's name was indeed the sea burial lotus flower. However, the endless bone lotus flowers at the bottom of the sea weren't the sea burial lotus flower's main body. These bone lotus flowers were just derivatives that the sea burial lotus flower had produced in order to extract energy from the bottom of the sea. The sea burial lotus flower was a famous carcinoma fey in the sea region. The sea burial lotus flower's main body was extremely good at hiding, and it should be hidden among these endless bone lotus flowers. Lin Yuan had heard from his master, the Moon Empress, that the sea burial lotus flower had previously appeared in the depths of the sea region. At that time, All the energy in the depths of the sea region had been extracted by the sea burial lotus flower. This had caused the fertile deep sea region to become a forbidden land that no marine life form could survive in. As the sea burial lotus flower continued to expand the bone lotus flowers, it finally came into contact with a large whale beast's whale fall. The sea burial lotus flower wasn't courteous at all as it started to extract the energy from the whale fall in a frenzy. As a result, 4 of the island whale's crystal eggshells couldn't hatch due to the loss of the whale fall's energy. This caused the suzerain/myth breed marine phase in the deep sea to be infuriated. They immediately took action to eliminate the bone lotus flowers, which were the sea burial lotus flowers' derivatives. After clearing the bone lotus flowers' derivatives, the suzerain/myth breed marine phase finally found the sea burial lotus flower's main body. The roots of the sea burial lotus flower were extracted from the seabed within a radius of 10,000 miles, and the energy of a large whale crash, which had condensed into sobbing sea crystals. The sobbing sea crystal that was separated from the sea burial lotus flower's body was then fed to the 4 island whales' crystal eggshells and the barren deep sea region. With the help of the sobbing sea crystal, the deep sea region was quickly revived. The 4 floating island whales' crystal eggshells also used the sobbing sea crystal's energy to successfully hatch the island whale. At that time, the Radiance Federation had shown great sincerity and wanted to exchange for the sea burial lotus flower with the high-grade marine phase in the deep sea for the spirit guards to take in. However, they were rejected by the high-grade marine phase and crushed the sea burial lotus flower, which was absolutely harmful to the sea, into powder in front of the Radiance Federation's experts. They had come to express the marine phase attitude toward the sea burial lotus flower. It could be said that the sea burial lotus flower was extremely harmful to the sea. However, the sea burial lotus flower could also produce the indescribably precious sobbing sea crystal. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath jumped out of Lin Yuan's hair and turned into a human. The mother of Bloodbath was usually calm and steady, but now it couldn't help but curse. Damn, it's actually the sea burial lotus flower. Your fortuitous encounters and luck are too shocking. Just as Lin Yuan wanted to say something, he recalled that he was still in the sea. As a myth breed fae, the mother of Bloodbath could breathe and speak freely in the sea, but Lin Yuan couldn't do it and had to rely on the gold-green oxygen, sea anemone. Therefore, Lin Yuan could only extend his hand and give the mother of Bloodbath a thumbs up with a smile. Tipping and updating for Mommy Daddy is a man. End of this chapter. Chapter 456. When the mother of Bloodbath saw Lin Yuan's smug expression, it could not help but roll its eyes. Immediately after, the mother of Bloodbath began to help Lin Yuan find the true body of the sea burial lotus flower. Lin Yuan could not help but rejoice. It was fortunate that the sea burial lotus flower had appeared in the shallow sea near the shore. The resources in the shallow sea were far inferior to the deep sea, which resulted in the sea burial lotus flower's bone lotus flower spreading slowly. Furthermore, the resources in this coastal sea weren't enough to help the sea burial lotus flower spread the bone lotus flower to other sea regions. It allowed the bone lotus flower to hunt wantonly in other sea regions. It was also because the sea burial lotus flower had appeared in the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's shallow sea. Listen had chosen to come to the royal capital to pledge loyalty to him, allowing Lin Yuan the opportunity to discover the sea burial lotus flower. This shallow sea, which was rich in shellfish phase, was ravaged by the bone lotus flower. Corals, marine plants, shellfish phase, and phase living at the bottom of the sea would all suffer. On one hand, the sea burial lotus flower would squeeze out all the energy in the sea. On the other hand, the corals, marine plants, and shellfish phase living at the bottom of the sea would be devoured by the bone lotus flower. The bone lotus flower would then transmit the energy to the sea burial lotus flower. Finally, the energy would be transformed into sobbing sea crystals by the sea burial lotus flower. With the energy at the bottom of the sea being squeezed out, all life in the sea would be cut off. Fays that could move would naturally be able to escape from this barren sea region and would not come back again. Lin Yuan watched as the mother of Bloodbath continuously brandished its blood energy at the bottom of the sea, destroying the bone lotus derivatives. Lin Yuan's eyelids twitched violently as he quickly called for it to stop. As a carcinoma Fey, the sea burial lotus flower might be extremely destructive to the sea, but its body was very fragile. If it was affected by the mother of Bloodbath's blood energy, the sea burial lotus flower's body would probably die. Compared to the sea burial lotus flower's sobbing sea crystals, the sea burial lotus flower had squeezed out all the energy in the shallow sea. Lin Yuan wanted the sea burial lotus flower's body more. The energy that the sea burial lotus flower extracted from the ocean wasn't water elemental energy. Instead, it was the flesh energy that existed at the bottom of the ocean, as well as the spirit chi that was deposited at the bottom of the ocean. The sea burial lotus flower converted all the energy it absorbed into sobbing sea crystals of the same type as itself. The silver 4/elite sea burial lotus flower was of the wood attribute. Therefore, the sobbing sea crystal condensed by the sea burial lotus flower was of the wood attribute. The wood-type sobbing sea crystal was a sacred nourishing item for wood-type fays. However, it was a lethal poison to other fays. If a fay with a different attribute from the sobbing sea crystal used the sobbing sea crystal, the crystal's energy would explode within the body. It was easy to imagine how terrifying it would be when all the energy extracted from the sea exploded in one's body. However, when the sea burial lotus flower reached gold, it would gain another type of attribute. The addition of an additional attribute allowed the sobbing sea crystal to be used even more widely. Thinking about the sobbing sea crystal produced by the sea burial lotus flower that appeared once in the deep sea, the Moon Empress thought about it. It should be a dual element of water and wood. Otherwise, the 4 slumbering island whales wouldn't have hatched from the energy eggshell. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the most suitable place for the sea burial lotus flower to live was the spirit pool in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. His spirit pool had an inexhaustible supply of spirit chi. The sea burial lotus flower only needed to constantly absorb the abundant spirit chi and didn't need to produce the bone lotus flower to plunder the energy. It only needed to focus on producing the sobbing sea crystal. Therefore, Lin Yuan didn't wish for the sea burial lotus flower to suffer any damage. When the mother of Bloodbath heard Lin Yuan's order to stop, it looked at Lin Yuan with a puzzled expression. The sea burial lotus flower's derivatives covered an extremely large area. If one didn't use their energy range to search, they wouldn't be able to find anything. It was easier said than done to find the sea burial lotus flower's main body, which was adept at concealment. At that moment, Lin Yuan had been activating Morbius True Data. True Data might not have the ability to locate, but Lin Yuan could rely on it to scan a large area of the bone lotus flower. Using True Data, Lin Yuan found the sea burial lotus flower hidden within the bone lotus flower. Lin Yuan swam to the surface of the sea. After breaking through the surface, he waved his hand at the 4 hurricane owlet moths. The hurricane owlet moths controlled the wind energy to bring Lin Yuan back into the air. Then, they used the wind energy to blow dry Lin Yuan's moon-white spirit chi clothes. Lin Yuan looked at the 4 hurricane owlet moths' actions and knew that this wasn't the hurricane owlet moth's intelligence. In order to let the hurricane owlet moths cooperate with him better, he had let the insect queen transmit its intelligence into the hurricane owlet moths' bodies to control them. The mother of Bloodbath floated up from the surface of the sea. Lin Yuan said to it, "I'll let the hurricane owlet moths fly me around the sea to find the sea burial lotus flower's location." When the mother of Bloodbath heard Lin Yuan's words, it only felt that it wanted to feed Lin Yuan fruits and a few big hawthorns and jujubes. If Lin Yuan was on the surface of the sea, he would be able to find the sea burial lotus flower hidden within the bone lotus flower. If that was the case, it would rather not eat the finger-sucking original chicken anymore. Lin Yuan let the hurricane owlet moths slow down and slowly carried him around the sea for a carpet search. He found that the feeling of flying over the ocean with the sea breeze, looking at the vast blue ocean, and feeling the sea breeze was really good. The lifeless dead silence in the sea seemed to have a different kind of romance under the blue sky and breeze. After searching for a long time, Lin Yuan's eyes focused, and a carefree smile appeared on his face. Lin Yuan waved at the mother of Bloodbath in the distance. Mother of Bloodbath, the sea burial lotus flower is under this sea. After saying that, Lin Yuan took the lead and jumped into the sea. The mother of Bloodbath rolled its eyes again and again, feeling that Lin Yuan was not very smart at the moment. However, it also jumped into the sea after Lin Yuan. After jumping into the sea, the mother of Bloodbath subconsciously carefully explored the bottom of the sea. Although it was puzzled by Lin Yuan's words, it still subconsciously believed him. During the exploration, the mother of Bloodbath's beautiful eyes focused, and it looked at Lin Yuan as though it was looking at an immortal. This works too. You can see the sea burial lotus flower's main body hidden so deep at the bottom of the sea. Are your eyes made of magnets? They specialize in sucking the sea burial lotus flower. But then the mother of Bloodbath roared in its heart, "Damn, if Lin Yuan really finds the sea burial lotus flower, doesn't that mean I can no longer eat the finger-sucking original chicken?" First, more recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, end of this chapter. Chapter 457. While the mother of Bloodbath was roaring in its heart, its hands did not hesitate in the slightest. It waved its hands 3 times, and the 3 intersecting blood-colored energy blasted at the bottom of the sea that was filled with bone lotus flowers. As far as Lin Yuan's eyes could see, the 3 scarlet blood-colored energies blasted an extremely deep ravine into the seabed. The bone lotus flowers that came into contact with the blood-colored energy immediately turned into white powder. The pale white powder drifted in the seawater as though an extremely cold snow had fallen on the sea. At the center of the 3 intersecting blood-colored energy, the mother of Bloodbath circled the sea burial lotus flower's main body. This directly cut off the sea burial lotus flower's communication with most of the bone lotus flowers. Immediately after, Lin Yuan saw the small area that the mother of Bloodbath had drawn, and the sea burial lotus flower's main body had a strange movement. The bone lotus flowers suddenly danced at the bottom of the sea like a spirit snake that had just probed out to find the enemy that had just attacked it. Lin Yuan knew that as a carcinoma fey, the sea burial lotus flower did not have sentience. It only had the instinct of a life form to seek benefits and avoid harm. The reaction before him was the subconscious emergency response of a life form in the face of danger. With the mother of Bloodbath, a myth breed fey, the silver 4 sea burial lotus flower would not be able to create any waves. The mother of Bloodbath flew into the dancing bone lotus flowers and simply ignored the attacks from the center of the bone lotus flowers. It stretched out its white hand and fiddled with the bone lotus flowers. With a slight force, Lin Yuan saw the mother of Bloodbath grab a petite lotus flower among the bone lotus flowers. This petite lotus flower, including its stem and leaves, had a kind of white color. This white color was not like the bone lotus flowers that had been spawned, which had a feeling of desolation and death. Instead, it had a kind of lustrous and holy feeling that made one's heart involuntarily have a kind of blasphemous thought. It was really hard to imagine that such a small thing could actually be a devil that had actually devoured the sea and turned it into a barren land. Under the pure white lotus flower was not a lotus root, but a green crystal that was not even as big as Lin Yuan's thumb was strung on the stem. This green crystal must be the wood element sobbing sea crystal that was nurtured by all the energy in this sea. This wood-type sobbing sea crystal had too many uses. Lin Yuan suddenly thought of the jasmine lily. However, the sea burial lotus flowers condensed sobbing sea crystals to improve the jasmine lily's quality was still a little extravagant in the eyes of someone like Lin Yuan, who did not hesitate to spend a lot of resources to improve his strength. He still needed to think carefully about how to use this wood-type sobbing sea crystal. After all, if the jasmine lily wanted to improve its quality from fantasy, there were many spiritual materials that could do so. He didn't need the wood element sobbing sea crystal. The mother of bloodbath flashed to Lin Yuan's side, its hair flying in the seawater. His usually expressionless face had a rare and obvious look of joy. Lin Yuan, the energy contained in the sea burial lotus flower's wood-type sobbing sea crystal is really a holy item for wood-type fays. The sea burial lotus flower is the most precious thing I've ever seen apart from sacred source life forms. The mother of bloodbath could not help but exclaim in admiration. Lin Yuan was a little curious when he heard the mother of bloodbath mention sacred source life forms. Mother of bloodbath, you've seen sacred source life forms before. How powerful are they? Lin Yuan had heard his master, the Moon Empress, talk about sacred source life forms in detail. Although Lin Yuan understood the origin of sacred source life forms, he had never had the chance to see them. So far, the only sacred source life form that Lin Yuan knew the name of was Ostrich Logistics' ethereal mother shellfish. The mother of bloodbath's eyes flashed with longing. The true strength of sacred source life forms is never in their offensive ability, but in their absolute and authoritative function. I don't know if I will have the chance to get involved in creation in this lifetime, evolve from a myth breed to a creation breed, and obtain a sacred source life form to contract after becoming a creation breed. At this point, the mother of bloodbath added another sentence. Although the strength of sacred source life forms is never in their offensive ability, no sacred source life form is weak in terms of offensive ability. Lin Yuan could feel the mother of bloodbath's endless longing for sacred source life forms in its words. From what the mother of bloodbath said, when the mother of bloodbath evolved into a creation breed, it would be able to contract sacred source life forms. As a fae, the mother of bloodbath could also contract sacred source life forms. Lin Yuan asked softly, when a fae becomes a creation breed, it can contract sacred source life forms. Can it also contract source-type life forms? The mother of bloodbath shoved the sea burial lotus flower into Lin Yuan's hand and rolled its eyes as it spoke. Fays naturally cannot contract source-type life forms, but humans and fays can contract sacred source life forms. I said to strive to contract a sacred source life form after becoming a creation breed, because it is impossible for a myth breed to obtain a sacred source life form. The mother of bloodbath felt that Lin Yuan was becoming less and less intelligent. How could he forget the common knowledge that fays could not contract source-type life forms? Upon seeing the mother of bloodbath roll its eyes, Lin Yuan awkwardly touched the back of his head. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a wave of energy coming from the space not far above his head. Lin Yuan and the mother of bloodbath raised their heads and looked at the fluctuating space not far away. Lin Yuan thought to himself, could it be that a water world dimensional rift was going to open up before the active period of the dimensional rift? However, Lin Yuan immediately rejected this thought in his heart. The spatial fluctuation in front of him was simply too weak. Even when a Class 1 water world dimensional rift opened, the energy fluctuation was much stronger than the spatial fluctuation above his head. Therefore, This spatial fluctuation should have nothing to do with the dimensional rift. Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath immediately moved toward the spatial energy fluctuation and prepared to check it out. However, when they got close, the spatial fluctuation suddenly became a little more intense. Then, a large amount of water, world dimensional lifeforms flesh was spat out from the rift and smashed toward Lin Yuan's head. If the mother of Bloodbath had not immediately pulled Lin Yuan out of the seawater and floated in midair, Lin Yuan would have probably fainted from the happiness. At this moment, Lin Yuan would have fainted from the stench of a large amount of high-grade water, world dimensional lifeforms, flesh. Lin Yuan's heart still had lingering fears in midair. If he was smashed by this large amount of water, world dimensional lifeforms flesh, would it be any different from being pushed into a *T pit? It might even be 10,000 times more disgusting. Second, even more disgusting. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 458. But now, he finally knew where the large number of high-level water, world dimensional life forms flesh that had appeared on the shore had come from. This place was about 5,000 meters away from the shore. The flesh of water, world dimensional life forms below gold would rot and sink before reaching the shore. Only the flesh of water, world dimensional life forms above gold would have the chance to be sent to the shore by the waves and rot there. Lin Yuan looked at the sea burial lotus flower in his hand and understood why the sea burial lotus flowers or tet would appear here. It seemed like there was a large amount of water world dimensional life forms flesh here at any time, allowing the sea burial lotus flower to have a full meal on the barren seabed. Therefore, the sea burial lotus flower, which had a hard time moving on the bone lotus flower, had chosen to hide and take root here. This scene was definitely a huge discovery for Lin Yuan. The mother of Bloodbath's expression darkened. It sensed the spatial fluctuations that had disappeared after the large amount of high-grade water, world dimensional life forms flesh had been spat out. It frowned and seemed to be thinking about the reason. After a long time, when there were no more water, world dimensional life forms flesh in the sea, Lin Yuan summoned the ethereal jellyfish. As a spatial source-type life form, the ethereal jellyfish could even sense the tentacle nodes set up thousands of miles away. Naturally, its spatial perception was extremely strong. Lin Yuan planned to let the ethereal jellyfish investigate how the spatial fluctuations that had spat out the large amount of water, world dimensional life forms flesh had appeared. After Lin Yuan summoned the ethereal jellyfish, its figure shuttled through the space, flickering. Just as it was about to land on Lin Yuan's head, it recalled Lin Yuan's stern warning. The ethereal jellyfish hurriedly moved down and landed on Lin Yuan's neck, looking abnormally satisfied. When the mother of Bloodbath saw the ethereal jellyfish's appearance, it swallowed its saliva. It could not help but recall the wonderful taste of Lu Jie's cold dish, the juicy jellyfish skin, and the sweet and spicy shredded jellyfish. Lin Yuan said to the ethereal jellyfish, "Ethereal jellyfish, inform me of all the spatial energy fluctuations in the sea that you can detect." When the ethereal jellyfish heard Lin Yuan's order, it flickered slightly on Lin Yuan's neck. The illusory figure seemed to have cut through several dimensions. The spatial jellyfish had already appeared in the sea beneath Lin Yuan's feet. It shook its new tentacles and sensed the hidden spatial energy fluctuations in the sea. At that moment, Lin Yuan started to deal with the sea burial lotus flower. He did not pull down the wood-type, sobbing, sea crystal under the sea burial lotus flower. The grade of the sea burial lotus flower was determined by the energy contained within the sobbing sea crystals. If Lin Yuan were to remove the sobbing sea crystal, the sea burial lotus flower would immediately drop from silver 4/elite to normal I/normal. Carcinoma phase were similar to normal phase, and could be contracted by spirit chi professionals. Morbius' exclusive skill, Spirit Lock, had even locked his spirit. However, in Lin Yuan's opinion, it was obvious that the sea burial lotus flower wasn't suitable for battle. Instead, he was more suitable to be an outstanding producer like the elemental shellfish. For a fae like the sea burial lotus flower that had no intelligence and relied on instincts to move, the sea burial lotus flower was not as intelligent. If Lin Yuan wanted to nurture it in the spirit lock spatial zone, he would need to restrict it. The best way to restrict the sea burial lotus flower was to make the fae rely on him. After leaving the water, the sea burial lotus flower would constantly weaken. The sea burial lotus flower wasn't powerful and could even be said to be very delicate. If it left the water for too long, the sea burial lotus flower would wither and leave behind the sobbing sea crystal's roots. He circulated the spiritual power in his body at the right time and let the sea burial lotus flower absorb the pure spirit chi coming from his palm. Every time, Lin Yuan would release a trace of pure spirit chi and quickly stop. After tasting the sweetness, the sea burial lotus flower would immediately stop absorbing the pure, honey-like spirit chi. The sea burial lotus flower absorbed all sorts of energy from the seabed. The pure spirit chi that Lin Yuan released had an intoxicating attraction to the sea burial lotus flower. Every time Lin Yuan stopped circulating the spiritual power in his body, the sea burial lotus flower would shake its sacred branches and leaves. It had an attitude that said, "You are so naughty, and I want spirit chi." It was as though it was acting coquettishly towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuanza was like a top-notch scumbag, causing the sea burial lotus flower to develop an instinctive dependence on him. He would then use pulling, giving, and retrieving methods to increase the dependence of the sea burial lotus flower. After repeating for a moment, Lin Yuan stored the sea burial lotus flower into the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's spirit pool. After entering the spirit pool, the sea burial lotus flower looked as though it was drunk as it absorbed the massive and pure spirit chi in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. As the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone had an inexhaustible supply of pure spirit chi, the sea burial lotus flower didn't have the time to produce the bone lotus flower to help it absorb the energy. Lin Yuan asked the gold wind speed rapid antelope to watch over the spirit pool. If the sea burial lotus flower had the thought of producing the bone lotus flower, Lin Yuan would immediately control the wind energy to crush the bone lotus flower's produced bone lotus flower. At this moment, the spirit-drawing ichthyosaur, Blackie, was only at bronze X/legend. It was still unable to suppress the silver 4/elite sea burial lotus flower. If Blackie evolved into a fantasy breed, Lin Yuan would be able to control the sea burial lotus flower in the spirit pool with just the spirit-drawing ichthyosaur alone. At this moment, the space beside Lin Yuan trembled lightly. The ethereal jellyfish drilled out of the trembling space and arrived in front of Lin Yuan. It handed over a fist-sized black, or to Lin Yuan as though it was presenting a treasure. It then used its tentacles to caress the fist-sized black, or it was obvious that it was very fond of the black, or Lin Yuan could feel the spatial energy fluctuations within the black, or at the moment when the ethereal jellyfish dug out the black, or with its two thick tentacles, the ethereal jellyfish's body shook violently. The mother of Bloodbath looked at a location in the distant sea and narrowed its eyes. The mother of Bloodbath said in a deep voice, "Someone actually used the spatial magnet or to set up a magnetic field that can isolate space. The spatial magnetic ore is something that can only be produced on other continents. Why would it appear in the Radiance Federation's territorial waters?" Upon hearing the mother of Bloodbath mention other continents, Lin Yuan somehow thought of the pinnacle myth Two Crow Fae that had been killed by the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer. After handing the spatial magnet to Lin Yuan, the ethereal jellyfish shook its tentacles to transmit a hazy message to Lin Yuan. According to the ethereal jellyfish's information, he knew that there were many spatial magnets in this sea region. Lin Yuan said to the mother of Bloodbath, "Why don't we ask the ethereal jellyfish to dig out all the spatial magnets in this area and see what's hidden in the magnetic field created by the spatial magnets?" The mother of Bloodbath nodded and said coldly, "Since living beings from other continents have come to the Radiance Federation to set up such a magnetic field that shields the space, no matter what their motive is, they can be defined as terrorists. Such a person must not be allowed to live. Reward and update for Shadow Seeking Boss. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. End of chapter. Chapter 459. The ethereal jellyfish searched the sea carefully. The number of spatial magnets in Lin Yuan's hand increased, and he now had nearly 100 of them. At that moment, both Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath found that the range of this magnetic field was a little too wide. Following the position of the ethereal jellyfish in the sea, they were getting further and further away from the shore. Soon, Lin Yuan saw an island that was about 4,000 to 5,000 square meters in the distance. The island was abnormally barren, just like the seabed in the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's sea that had been ravaged by the sea burial lotus flower. Lin Yuan had heard Listen talk about the barren island not far away. This small island was no longer within the scope of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's coastal waters. Lin Yuan realized that the ethereal jellyfish had found a large number of spatial magnets near this small island, so he said to the mother of Bloodbath, "There are many spatial magnets nearby. We might as well use this island as a foothold. I'll call Lu Jia, Listen, and Zhou Luo over." The mother of Bloodbath replied, "There were many pairs of eyes staring at you on the way to this coast. You've been searching on the sea for 4 hours. I'm sure those people with ulterior motives wouldn't be able to sit still after discovering that you're on the sea, right?" Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "If they can't sit still anymore, they will naturally jump out. We just have to deal with the changes by remaining unchanged." A tall and thin man was absent-mindedly wiping the black and white chess pieces in his hand with a handkerchief made from the skin of a spirit beast. The lanky man sitting on the chair had a small sable with black and white fur on his creation master robe. The little marten with black and white fur was staring at the black and white chess piece in the man's hand. His eyes rolled around, appearing to be unusually quick-witted. Zheng Jianglu looked at the sinister-looking young man standing beside him and said resentfully, "Wenbo, what are you saying? Do you think you can order your grandpa Jiao around?" Zheng Wenbo was like an eggplant that had been hit by frost. However, at the thought of what happened in the Indigo Azure Sea Market during the day, Zheng Wenbo's eyes were about to overflow with malice. When the old man with the cedar tree aura saw this, his back was ramrod straight. He touched Zheng Wenbo's hair with his old hand and said, "I've watched Wenbo grow up from a baby. I know Wenbo's temper. If he hadn't been wronged, he wouldn't have said something like that." Zheng Jianglu asked softly after hearing the old man's words, "Uncle Jiao, are you sure that the youth with Listen doesn't have any emperor-level combatants with him?" At this moment, Zheng Jianliu's attitude was unusually friendly, completely different from how he treated Zheng Wenbo just now. The old man with a straight back and a cedar tree aura said calmly, "I didn't sense any powerful aura around that young man. If it wasn't for the fact that he's more than a level stronger than me, there's no way I wouldn't have been able to sense him. My cold snow pine might not be a support-type fae that excels in perception, but its exclusive skill has a certain level of perception. Therefore, my perception is almost never wrong." Zheng Jiangliu's face was still filled with hesitation, as if he was hesitating on how to make a decision. After all, He had heard from Elder Jiao that the masked young man by Listen's side was expensive. The mask on his face was made of completely jade-textured silk threads. However, when he thought about how Zheng Wenbo had intentionally concealed the other party's foundation and wanted him to send someone to kill the other party to get back at him, Zhang Jianglu felt a little stifled in his heart. How could he have such a useless son who only knew how to act based on his emotions? When he thought about Elder Nyo's loss, Zhang Jianglu felt the anger in his heart surging up. Zhang Jianglu turned his head and looked at the tall and thin man sitting beside him with a smile. Second young master, I wonder if you think I should make a move against the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's Listen and kill their group? Then I'll take control of all the resources in Indigo Azure City's shallow coastal sea, so that I can quickly give 50% of the total income to second young master. The tall and thin youth didn't even lift his eyelids as he continued to wipe the black and white chess pieces in his hand. Third uncle, the black and white chess pieces that you brought me this time have soft patterns and are really not bad. When Zheng Jianglu heard the tall and thin youth's answer, his smile immediately froze. At this time, Zheng Jianglu heard the tall and skinny young man speak again. Since third uncle is willing to give me 50% of the coastal sea resources, then I can't just sit here and watch third uncle being so badly battered and not come up with some ideas. Actually, I think Wenbo is a good kid. He shouldn't be wronged so easily. As he spoke, the tall and skinny youth noticed that the little black and white marten on his leg was drooling over the black and white chess pieces in his hand. He could not help but reveal a gentle smile on his face. He then tossed the black chess piece he was wiping towards the black and white mink as he spoke. You little guy, you're hungry in less than 2 hours. I just fed you before coming here, and now you can't help but want to find some snacks to eat. Are you afraid of getting fat? When Zheng Zhonglu saw the black and white chess pieces made of completely jade-textured wood that he had obtained with great difficulty, the skinny man casually fed them to the Fae. The muscles on his face twitched twice. At the same time, the thoughts in his mind were running at high speed. Judging from second young master's words, he wanted to do it himself. However, the second young master only said that he would contribute, but he didn't say what he would contribute. The only Emperor realm expert he could use was Uncle Jiao. Zheng Jianglu was still worried that if Uncle Jiao were to act alone, there might be variables. After all, the death of Elder Nyo, a pinnacle king-class combatant, was a powerful warning. It would be great if second young master could dispatch an expert to act together with Uncle Jiao. The tall and skinny man lifted his head and saw Zheng Jiangliu's grave expression. He then raised his brows indifferently. Just as he was about to speak, there was a sudden knock on the door. When Zheng Jianglu heard the knock, he immediately yelled out, "Old Feng, second young master is here. How dare you knock on the door and disturb him? What are you doing?" While speaking, Zheng Jianglu had some doubts. The housekeeper, Old Feng, had been with him for at least 20 years. For him to knock on the door and disturb him at this time, there must be something urgent. As expected, Old Feng's anxious and apprehensive voice came from the door. "Master, I really have something to report." Immediately after, Zheng Jianglu looked at the tall and skinny man who was seated beside him. When the tall and skinny man saw Zheng Jianglu looking at him, he picked up a white chess piece and fed it to the little marten on his leg. "Third, uncle, please go ahead." After obtaining the tall and skinny man's permission, Zheng Jianglu yelled out towards the door. "Come in." After pushing the door open, the somewhat anxious Old Feng immediately bowed to second young master, who was sitting on the main seat. Then he quickly walked to Zheng Jiangliu's side and whispered into Zheng Jiangliu's ear. After the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce left the Indigo Azure Sea Market with the two masked youths, they went directly to the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's shallow nearshore sea. Our latest informant just reported that they went to the deserted island outside the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's shallow nearshore sea. Upon hearing Old Feng's words, Zhang Jiangliu's pupils constricted. Immediately after, Zhang Jiangliu turned around. His expression was abnormally firm and also faintly anxious. He wasn't as hesitant as before. It was as though he had become a completely different person. Second young master, I'm afraid our third lineage will encounter danger if we act alone. I wonder if second young master can send an emperor-class expert to hold the line for our third lineage in the dark. Baidu read the latest chapter of Beast Evolution Merchant Claw Book House for free. Chapter 460. The lanky man ignored the sudden change in Zhang Jiangliu's attitude. He seemed to be a little tired from sitting. He covered his mouth and yawned before saying, I can send someone to do it. If you want me to send someone, that's fine. But I'll take 60% of the resources in the coastal seas controlled by your three lineages. When Zhang Jiangliu heard this, the expression in his eyes became increasingly gloomy. However, he still agreed to it very readily. We'll do as second young master says. The lanky man chuckled and stood up to carry the black and white marten. Since third uncle is so generous, I, Zhang Kaiyuan, am not a stingy person. The lanky man clapped his hands twice after he finished speaking. Following these two light claps, a humanoid figure shrouded in a cloak suddenly appeared beside Zhang Jiangliu. The appearance of this human figure in a cloak shocked Zhang Jiangliu. The lanky man said, Nightmare 6, I'll have to trouble you. Follow third uncle's men. Nightmare 6's voice was unusually hoarse under the black cloak, as if he was speaking with sand in his mouth. Yes, second young master. With that, Nightmare 6, who was covered in the black cloak, hit again. It was as if he had never appeared before. The lanky man looked up at Zhang Jiangliu and stretched. Third uncle, I'll be waiting for the endless income from the coastal sea. I hope third uncle doesn't have so many accidents. I, Zhang Kaiyuan, hate accidents the most. With that, the lanky man lifted his feet and left. After the tall, skinny man left, Zhang Jiangliu scanned the space in the room and was shocked. The human figure in the cloak that just appeared was called Nightmare 6 by second young master. Could he be a member of the Yi Cha squad that the main family of Zhang spent half of the resources to protect their direct descendants? Rumor had it that the Yi Cha squad had a total of 9 members, all of whom were emperor-level combatants. Each of them had superior abilities. Number 1 to 3 protected the first young master, number 4 to 6 protected the second young master, and number 7 to 9 protected the third young master. He did not expect the second young master to use a member of the Yi Cha squad to help the 3 branches. At this moment, Zhang Jiangliu was relieved and no longer had the slightest worry. However, he thought of the layer that the second young master wanted to go to, the wealth from the exploitation of the coastal sea resources. Zhang Jiangliu felt his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys aching. Lu Jia, listen, and Zhou Luo walked all the way from the seaside to this barren island. When they passed by the sea, they naturally felt the desolation of the sea. However, neither Lu Jia, listen, nor Zhou Luo knew what had happened in this sea region. That was why this area of the sea had become so barren. The bone lotus flower spawned by the carcinoma fay, the sea burial lotus flower, had already been taken out of the water by the mother of bloodbath. The bone lotuses that covered the seabed all withered, turning into a final elegy for the creatures at the bottom of the sea. As a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, Lu Jia could go to the Radiance Sacred Hall to read information whenever he wanted. However, He did not have much understanding of the carcinoma phase. If he hadn't heard his master, the Moon Empress, mention the sea burial lotus flower, he wouldn't have been able to do so. Lin Yuan wouldn't have guessed that he might have encountered the carcinoma fei, the sea burial lotus flower, just from the clash between red thorns nibbling vine flower and the bone lotus flower. He couldn't help but admit that he had a teacher with extraordinary knowledge who knew everything. It could really broaden one's horizons imperceptibly. If the Moon Empress, who was far away in the royal capital's radiant moon palace, heard Lin Yuan's thoughts, she would definitely be speechless to Lin Yuan. Disciple compared to knowledge and experience. Master is stronger and wealthier. So, can you stop being so independent? Isn't it better to rely on Master? The ethereal jellyfish was currently happily moving bricks at the bottom of the sea. However, the ethereal jellyfish didn't find a single spatial magnet this time. It immediately returned to Lin Yuan's side and handed the spatial magnets to him. Instead, it piled the spatial magnets at a specific location at the bottom of the sea. As the ethereal jellyfish dug out more spatial magnets, the magnetic field became weaker. It was also harder for the ethereal jellyfish to find the buried spatial magnets at the bottom of the sea. Fortunately, the spatial magnets could attract each other. By piling a large number of spatial magnets at the bottom of the sea, it would be helpful for the ethereal jellyfish to dig out other spatial magnets. This allowed the ethereal jellyfish to find spatial magnets more efficiently. Zhou Luo commanded the Diamond Eye/Fantasy Eye Lava Dragon lizard that he had summoned. He was trying to get the Lava Dragon lizard into the water. Previously, when the Lava Dragon lizard was still an iron bone iguana, it was an earth-type fei, so it had always been more resistant to water. The iron bone iguana itself was not good at fighting in the sea. However, the iron bone iguana had awakened its dragon-type bloodline and evolved into a lava dragon lizard. Dragon species feis were all amphibious feis and could fight in water and on land at the same time. Under Zhou Luo's command, the lava japalura clumsily dived into the sea. At first, it was reluctant. It lowered its head and used its tail to slap the ground from time to time, as if it was hitting the ground with a hammer. However, Zhou Luo quickly coaxed him. "Little sweetheart, don't act like a spoiled child. Quickly go into the sea. You should be very familiar with it." After being forced into the water, the lava dragon lizard panicked. After all, it was its first time in the water. However, after the lava dragon lizard jumped into the sea, it realized how fun the sea was. The lava dragon lizard, who was having fun in the sea, was unwilling to go ashore. Zhou Luo was dumbfounded by the lava japalura's transformation. Lu Jie was about to let the insect queen set up an insect swarm on the deserted island, but was stopped by Lin Yuan. The insect sea created by Lu Jie's insect queen was not good at fighting in the sea. The core unit of Lu Jie's insect sea, the flesh-mincing blade insects, would drown in the sea within a few minutes and could not survive in the sea at all. It could be said that Lu Jie was a complete non-swimmer in combat and was only suitable for fighting on land. Previously, Lu Jie had created a lot of lightning-gathering moths and hurricane owlet moths, which he had also brought over when he came to this island. The lightning-gathering moths and gale nightshade moths were more than enough. When Listen heard Zhou Luo release the lava japalura into the sea to play, he thought that there were no living creatures in this sea, so there would not be any danger. He also summoned his two contracted feis. Lin Yuan saw that the bronze X-Pain illusory fox that he had exchanged with Listen had become a silver 7/fantasy eye. In addition to this silver 7/fantasy eye pain illusory fox, Listen actually had a silver 3/fantasy eye three-tailed crimson fox. The three-tailed crimson fox's aptitude was much higher than that of the pain illusory fox. Every time it advanced a grade, the three-tailed crimson fox would grow a new tail. It could be considered an existence with an extremely noble bloodline among fox species fays. With that, Lin Yuan realized that Listen's aptitude could really be considered excellent. Moreover, Listen was only 20 years old this year and was considered a dazzling existence among the younger generation. Lin Yuan could not help but wonder if he should pull Listen into his newly established Dome Guild Club. After all, so far, the Dome Guild Club's main team that wanted to participate in the S tournament only had him and Lu Jia. At that moment, the wind suddenly blew over the sea. The chilly sea breeze made Lin Yuan's white spirit chi clothes flutter. Suddenly, an eagle's cry resounded over the sea. Second, more seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 461. Lin Yuan saw a giant eagle with a wingspan of nearly 40 meters flapping its wings and flying over from the coast. The feathers on the giant eagle's wingspan were dark brown with a glaring metallic luster. The color of the feathers on the back was darker, almost black. The color of the feathers on the abdomen was lighter, showing a kind of coffee color. However, this giant eagle's entire head was covered with golden feathers. The golden feathers were as sharp as swords and emitted the sound of sharp swords piercing through the air as they flew. The sword feathers on both sides of the eagle's cheeks exploded, coupled with a pair of sharp eagle eyes. This giant eagle, with a wingspan of 40 meters, looked heroic and extraordinary. Lin Yuan used true data to check this giant eagle's attributes. Fey name, sword plume sea eagle, Fey species. Long-feathered eagle / sea eagle, Fey grade. Diamond, 10 out of 10. Fey type, metal / wind, Fey quality. Fantasy v. Lin Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows. It seemed that this sword plume sea eagle should have reached the suzerain level. After a period of time, this sword plume sea eagle should be a suzerain Fey. Seeing the sword plume sea eagle flying straight in their direction, Lin Yuan knew that what should come had finally come. The sword plume sea eagle folded its wings and landed neatly on the deserted island where everyone was. The strong wind caused dozens of lightning-gathering moths to be blown hundreds of meters away before they could stabilize their bodies. Zhou Luo immediately commanded the lava dragon lizard to go ashore and let it block in front of Lin Yuan, Lu Jia, and Listen. It was fulfilling its duty as a white-clothed follower, which was also a servant. An old man and a middle-aged man in half-body armor jumped off the back of the handsome sword plume sea eagle. When Lin Yuan saw this old man, the corner of his mouth revealed a faint smile. Isn't this the old man with the cedar aura behind young Master Zheng when I was at the Indigo Azure Sea Market? Lin Yuan glanced at the other middle-aged man in half-body armor and thought to himself, did the Zheng family's third lineage send 2 Emperor-class experts to attack me? How much does the Zheng family's third lineage want me dead? At that moment, the old man with the cedar aura straightened his back and had a calm expression. His tone was gentle as if he was talking to his own grandson. Not bad. With the 3 of you here, I don't have to waste any more effort. After saying that, the old man with the cedar aura straightened his back and looked at the lava dragon lizard that was roaring fiercely and said with some regret, a diamond / fantasy little lizard is a little weak. When Zhou Luo saw the sword plume sea eagles and felt the power of the giant eagle, he knew that the strength of this group of people was far beyond his. However, Zhou Luo was not to be outdone. Zhou Luo knew that Lin Yuan had 2 myth breed Feys that could transform into human form hiding in the dark. With 2 suzerain / myth breeds that could take human form, they were at least myth 2 Feys protecting their safety. What else was there to worry about? Therefore, Zhou Luo did not hesitate to provoke the old man with the cedar scent. Old man, your hair is white, your beard is white, and your eyebrows are white. You look a little old." After Zhou Luo finished speaking, the old man, who had a cedar tree aura, straightened his back, did not react for a long time. It was as if he didn't expect someone to talk to him like that. However, the middle-aged man, wearing half-body armor, next to the old man frowned. "What are you talking about? Hurry up and leave this deserted island. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you if you lose your life." Just as Zhou Luo was about to retort, Lin Yuan placed his hand on his shoulder and gently patted it twice. Zhou Luo immediately fell silent. He immediately instructed the lava dragon lizard to step back while he remained at Lin Yuan's side. According to the middle-aged man in half-body armor, Lin Yuan was a little surprised. This middle-aged man in half-body armor wanted to expel them, not kill them. This puzzled Lin Yuan. Could it be that this middle-aged man wasn't from the Zheng family's third lineage? Immediately after, Lin Yuan heard the old man with a straight back and a cedar aura say, "That's right. Duanhe, there's no hurry. There's no hurry to expel them. I still have things to say to them." At this time, the middle-aged man wearing half-body armor clearly showed an impatient expression. Then, with a wave of his hand, he recalled the sword plume sea eagle into his spiritual space. Lin Yuan took a step forward and asked with a smile, "Why?" "Your young master Zheng wants the mask on my face so much that he didn't bring enough money just now, and now he's in a hurry to send you to trade with me again?" When the old man with a straight back and a cedar aura heard Lin Yuan's words, a gentle smile appeared on his face. But he did not answer Lin Yuan's question. Instead, he asked, "There have always been only 3 trees in this huge Indigo Azure City. These 3 trees rise into the sky in Indigo Azure City. Whether it's a dragon or a snake, they can only coil on the branches of these 3 trees in Indigo Azure City. You understand this logic?" Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan's smile became even more radiant. "Of course I understand this logic. Which place doesn't have towering trees? Which tree doesn't have dragons and snakes climbing on it? It's just that some arrogant trees always forget to look at the top of their heads. They think they're big trees, but in the end, they're just covered by a bigger tree." At this point, Lin Yuan paused and then spoke again in an instant. "I don't know if the towering trees you're talking about are the main family of the Zheng family or the third lineage of the Zheng family. If you're talking about the third lineage of the Zheng family, then I'm afraid the main family of the Zheng family won't be happy to know that a few tree branches that were originally parasitic on the tree roots actually have the intention of growing into a big tree." With his back ramrod straight, the smile on the face of the old man with the cedar tree aura immediately turned solemn. His voice seemed to synchronize with the chill of the cedar on his body. "You've grown a tongue that will kill you at such a young age." Lin Yuan shook his moon-white spirit chi clothes that were a little messy from the wind and asked, "Won't I attract a fatal disaster without this tongue?" At this moment, the middle-aged man in half-body armor frowned and looked at the old man beside him. "Jiao Hanzhong, what's the matter? Didn't you ask me to help your Fae endure the world cleansing?" The old man with a straight back and a cedar aura looked apologetically at the middle-aged man in half-body armor and said, "Duanhe, there's a private matter arranged by the master here. Wait for a moment. I'll immediately deal with this big private matter. I can't tarnish this good place that can endure the world cleansing." The middle-aged man in half-body armor snorted and then walked a few steps away. "More for the fact that I am an emotionless killer, seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes." End of this chapter. Chapter 462. The middle-aged man's displeasure was obvious, and he did not try to hide it. "Jiao Hanzhong, I'm only here to repay a small favor I owe you. I don't want to get involved in the Zheng family's affairs." After saying that, Duanhe's gaze once again swept in the direction of Lin Yuan and the others as he thought to himself, "It must be something big for the Zheng family's third lineage to send out an old man like Zhao Hanzhong. Otherwise, the Zheng family's third lineage, which was supported by the main family, would not have sent out their only emperor-class expert." However, Duanhe could not see any powerful fighters around the group of youths that were worth the Zheng family's third lineage sending out an old man like Zhao Hanzhong. That old thing, Jian Hanzhong, was right. Although the lava dragon lizard's aptitude wasn't bad, it was indeed a little weak. The Zheng family's third lineage had a few pinnacle king-class experts. One pinnacle king-class expert was enough to deal with this group of people. Lin Yuan did not expect this middle-aged man named Duanhe to not be a member of the Zheng family. He was only here to help the old man named Zhao Hanzhong's contracted Fei withstand the world cleansing. Lin Yuan asked Duanhe, who was wearing half-body armor, "Senior Duanhe, you must be an emperor-class expert. If you are not a member of the Zheng family, I hope you will not get involved in the Zheng family's affairs." Duanhe did not expect to be called out by the masked youth. However, the more Duanhe thought about it, the more he felt that there was a hint of threat in the youth's polite words. Duanhe raised an eyebrow and asked in return, "Then what if I get involved in the Zheng family's affairs?" Lin Yuan looked at Duanhe with a serious expression as he said each word slowly, "Then you will be an enemy of Sky City." Duanhe immediately searched through his mind when he heard the words Sky City. He discovered that none of the forces he knew of had the name Sky City. However, Duanhe had no interest in participating in a conflict between factions. Otherwise, he would not have made his stance clear to Zhao Hanzhong's side, and activated his spiritual power. The spirit energy that formed a cyclone quickly appeared on the surface of Zhao Hanzhong's body, and more spirit energy cyclones appeared. These spiritual energy cyclones suddenly turned into a huge spiritual vortex, devouring the spiritual energy drifting between heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan knew that this elder with the cedar aura was called Zhao Hanzhong. He was an S-rank spirit chi professional. When S-rank spirit chi professionals circulated their spirit power and entered a combat state, their spirit power vortex would form a spirit chi vortex that could devour the spirit chi in the air and convert it into spirit power for their own use. As a result, S-rank spirit chi professionals' mastery of spiritual power was no longer limited to the spirit chi in their bodies. Instead, he could use his own spiritual power to borrow the power of heaven and earth. In an instant, a nearly 70-meter tall Fei covered in icy blue leaves appeared on the deserted island. The thick tree trunk looked like it was carved out of ice, and there were many ancient patterns on it. The tip of each icy blue leaf had a drop of water that had already turned into ice before it had even fallen to the ground. The lush ice blue leaves swayed, and a large number of leaves fell to the ground. The branches that grew out of them were slightly bent. However, the trunk of this giant tree was unusually tall and straight. Indigo Azure City's winter weather was not too cold, and it was roughly the temperature of the royal capital's late autumn. However, the instant this 70-meter tall Fei appeared, Lin Yuan realized that his moon-white spirit chi clothes seemed to be dyed with a layer of bone-chilling frost. The moment this 70-meter tall Fei appeared, Lin Yuan realized that his moon-white spirit chi clothes seemed to be dyed with a layer of bone-chilling frost. Even the air that entered his nose was so cold that his trachea felt a faint stab of pain. He used true data to check the true data of this nearly 70-meter tall plant covered with icy blue leaves. Fei name, Ultimate Ice Fei species, Highwood/Platycladus, Fei grade, Diamond, 10 out of 10, Fei type, Ice Fei quality. Fantasy V Lin Yuan realized that this Diamond X/Fantasy V Ultimate Ice was about the same strength as the Golden Plume Sea Eagle. They were both Fays that were just a step away from becoming suzerain. This ultimate ice's abilities were not particularly outstanding under true data. Most of its abilities were focused on ice-type energy attacks. However, its exclusive skill, Frozen Cedar's Freeze, was a little special. It could actually condense the elemental energy in the opponent's body. This was undoubtedly an extremely strong restraint against Fays that used elemental attacks. Just this exclusive skill, Cold Cedar's Freeze, allowed the mediocre ultimate ice to have a qualitative improvement in its combat ability. However, no matter how strong this exclusive skill, Cold Cedar's Freeze, was, it could only be used against Fays that were of the same grade as it. Perhaps it was a little stronger than him. It was the kind of Fae that had just become suzerain, but had yet to accept the world cleansing and become a myth breed. A myth breed Fae like the Mother of Bloodbath, whose willpower rune had already transformed into a law rune, was already too far away from the Diamond X/Fantasy v Ultimate Ice. Therefore, the Ultimate Ice's exclusive skill, Cold Cedar's Freeze, could be said to have a very limited effect on the Mother of Bloodbath. Jian Hanzhong glanced at Lin Yuan, and then at Listen, who was behind him, and said in a deep voice, "Hand over the thing you found in this coastal sea to me. Take out whatever you found in this coastal sea and give it to me. If I'm happy, I might be able to freeze your hearts in an instant and let you die painlessly." Zhou Luo was currently instructing the lava dragon lizard's newly grown brownish-red fire elemental head to cast a skill, casting a molten shield on everyone. The molten fire shield covered Lin Yuan's body and helped him resist the Ultimate Ice's cold aura. However, due to the huge difference between the lava dragon lizard and the Ultimate Ice's Diamond X/Fantasy v aura might have been blocked, but the Ultimate Ice's Diamond X/Fantasy v aura still landed on Lin Yuan. It made Lin Yuan feel a trace of extreme danger. This feeling reminded Lin Yuan of the time when he was ambushed by Cheng Wu in the outskirts of the royal capital. This made Lin Yuan completely lose the mood to converse with Jian Hanzhong. Originally, Lin Yuan wanted to see if he could get any useful information about the Zheng family's third lineage from Jian Hanzhong. However, Lin Yuan no longer had such plans. Lin Yuan said softly, "Mother of Bloodbath, do it." Lin Yuan's voice was extremely soft, and it was quickly blown away by the biting cold sea breeze. At that moment, a pressure that was several times stronger than the Ultimate Ice's suddenly appeared. The pressure carried a cruel and bloody aura. The moment the pressure appeared, a scarlet light shot toward the Diamond X/Fantasy v Ultimate Ice Cypress from above Lin Yuan's head like a stinging, venomous sting. First update: seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. End of this chapter.